Good day, lovely viewers. Welcome to Fiction Blue. We have an exciting story lined up for you today. What if Harry's magic manifested as a system and he leveled up to godhood before turning 11? Your engagement means the world to us. Like, comment, and subscribe to help us grow and bring you more amazing content. Without wasting any time, let's start. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The cupboard under the stairs was dark and quiet, save for the shallow breathing of the small boy curled up on the thin mattress. 6-year-old Harry Potter traced his finger along a cobweb in the corner, watching as the tiny spider rebuilt what his aunt had destroyed during her weekly inspection. He admired the spider's persistence. It never seemed to give up, no matter how many times Aunt Petunia's feather duster came swinging through. "At least you can build something," he whispered to the spider. "All I get to do is clean up after everyone else." A sharp rap on the cupboard door made Harry jump. "Boy! Up now! Vernon wants his breakfast before he leaves for work." Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through the door. Harry sighed, rubbing sleep from his eyes. The lock clicked open, and he pushed the door ajar. Light flooded in, momentarily blinding him as he crawled out into the hallway. The smell of burned toast already filled the kitchen. "Hurry up. And don't you dare burn the bacon like last time." Petunia turned back to the stove, her bony shoulders tense with annoyance. Harry climbed onto the step stool by the counter. At 6 years old, he could barely reach the stovetop, but the Dursleys didn't care. If he couldn't cook properly, he didn't eat. It was that simple. "Where's Dudley?" Harry asked, carefully laying bacon strips in the pan. "Still sleeping, as proper boys should be at this hour." Petunia's lips thinned. "Not that you'd understand normal family dynamics." Harry bit his tongue and focused on the sizzling bacon. He'd learned early that questions led to punishments. Better to stay quiet and do as he was told. Vernon Dursley lumbered into the kitchen, his massive frame dwarfing the doorway. His small eyes narrowed at the sight of Harry. "Why isn't my breakfast ready yet?" he demanded, slapping the newspaper onto the table. "Almost done, Uncle Vernon," Harry said quietly, sliding the bacon onto a plate. Vernon grunted, sitting heavily in his chair. "And don't think I've forgotten about yesterday's incident with the garden hose. Completely soaked poor Dudley, didn't you? Thought it was funny?" Harry's hands trembled as he placed the plate in front of his uncle. "I didn't do anything, Uncle Vernon. The hose just moved on its own." Vernon's face darkened to a dangerous purple. "Things don't move on their own, boy. I won't have any of your freakishness in this house. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry murmured, backing away. "No meals today," Vernon said, shoving bacon into his mouth. "And you'll clean the garage from top to bottom. That'll teach you to tell lies." Petunia nodded in agreement, her horsey face pinched with distaste. Harry stood silently, staring at the floor. He knew arguing would only make things worse. Just as Harry began to retreat to the hallway, Dudley thundered down the stairs, each step shaking the house. His round face lit up with cruel delight when he spotted Harry. "Is the freak being punished again?" he asked gleefully, sliding into his chair. "Mind your breakfast, Diddykins," Petunia cooed, placing a heaping plate in front of her son. "Harry is just doing his chores today." Dudley smirked, deliberately knocking his fork to the floor near Harry's feet. "Oops. Pick that up, freak." Harry bent to retrieve the fork, and Dudley's foot shot out, connecting with Harry's ribs. The pain was sharp and immediate, but Harry had learned long ago not to cry out. Vernon would only accuse him of seeking attention. "Stop playing and eat your breakfast," Petunia scolded, but her tone held no real rebuke. Harry handed the fork back silently, then escaped to the garage. The day stretched before him like a prison sentence. The garage was stifling by midday. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows, and Harry's stomach growled painfully. He hadn't eaten since yesterday's meager lunch, and thirst made his tongue feel thick and unwieldy. He dragged a heavy box across the concrete floor, his small arms straining with the effort. The box contained Vernon's old bowling equipment, untouched for years but deemed valuable enough to keep. Like everything the Dursleys owned, it was treated with reverence while Harry was treated like an unwanted stain. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and Harry stumbled, knocking into Vernon's workbench. A jar of screws toppled and crashed to the floor, tiny metal pieces scattering everywhere. "No, no, no," Harry whispered, dropping to his knees. If Uncle Vernon saw this mess, he'd be locked in the cupboard for days. Desperation clawed at his chest. His hands shook as he tried to gather the screws, but they were everywhere, glinting mockingly in the dusty light. "Please," he whispered, feeling hot tears build behind his eyes. "Please, I need help." Something strange happened then. A warm sensation spread from Harry's chest, flowing down his arms to his fingertips. The air around him seemed to vibrate, and for a moment, he thought he heard a faint humming sound. And then, before his disbelieving eyes, the screws began to move. Slowly at first, then faster, they rolled across the floor toward him, gathering in a neat pile by his knees. Harry froze, heart hammering against his ribs. This was exactly what Uncle Vernon had punished him for, the freakish things that sometimes happened around him. But he couldn't deny what he was seeing. As the last screw joined the pile, a blue translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of Harry's eyes. He yelped, falling backward, but the screen followed his movement, hovering about a foot from his face. "Magical manifestation detected, initiating arcane system interface, welcome, Harry James Potter." Harry blinked rapidly, wondering if the heat and hunger were making him hallucinate. He reached out cautiously, and his finger passed through the blue screen, creating ripples like water. First controlled magic successfully performed, telekinesis level 1 unlocked, magic power, 10 out of 10, experience, 5 out of 100, what? Harry whispered, glancing around to make sure no one had entered the garage. "What are you?" "I am your personal arcane system. I exist to help you quantify, develop, and master your innate magical abilities." "Magic?" Harry breathed the word like a prayer. "But Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as magic." "Incorrect. You possess extraordinary magical potential. Your first conscious manifestation has activated this system." Harry's mind raced. This couldn't be real. Yet the pile of screws was undeniable evidence that something had happened, something he had caused. Can I do it again?" he asked hesitantly. "Magic power currently at maximum, 10 out of 10. Sufficient for basic telekinesis. Focus on your target and visualize the movement." Harry turned his attention to a small hammer hanging on the pegboard. Concentrating harder than he ever had before, he imagined it lifting off its hook. Nothing happened. "It's not working," he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "Magical intent requires clarity. Don't try." "No." Harry took a deep breath and tried again. This time, he didn't imagine the hammer moving, he decided it would move. Something clicked into place, and the warm feeling returned, flowing through him like liquid sunshine. The hammer wobbled, then lifted a few inches off its hook before clattering back into place. Telekinesis performed, experience, 10 out of 100, magic power, 8 out of 10, a strange euphoria filled Harry. He'd done magic. Real magic. And there was a system that could help him learn more. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of possibility, of power. The garage door suddenly banged open, and Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. The blue screen vanished instantly. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway, his massive frame blocking the light, face already turning an ominous shade of red. "What was that noise? What have you done now, boy?" he demanded, stomping into the garage. "And nothing, Uncle Vernon. I was just putting these screws back," Harry stammered, quickly gathering the pile into the jar. Vernon's small eyes scanned the garage suspiciously. "You've hardly made any progress in here. Been lazing about, have you? No, sir. I've been working all morning. Vernon sneered. Not hard enough, obviously. You'll stay in here until dinner, and if it's not spotless by then, you'll go straight to your cupboard without eating. Understood? Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied automatically. As Vernon turned to leave, Harry felt something unfamiliar stir inside him, not fear or resignation, but a quiet defiance. He had magic. The system had told him so. And if that was true, then perhaps he wasn't the worthless burden the Dursleys had always claimed he was. The moment the door closed, Harry reached out with his mind, willing the blue screen to return. It materialized instantly, hovering before him. Arcane System Menu, Stats, Skills, Quests, Inventory. Harry's eyes widened. It was like one of Dudley's video games, the ones Harry was never allowed to touch. Cautiously, he reached toward Stats. The screen shifted. Name, Harry James Potter, age, 6, class, undetermined, level, 1, experience, 10 out of 100, magic power, 8 out of 10, regenerates 1 point per hour, health, 20/20, strength, 2, dexterity, 3, intelligence, 5, wisdom, 4, charisma, 2, available attribute points, 0, Harry stared at the numbers, fascinated. Some made sense, he was small and weak compared to Dudley, so a low strength score seemed right. But intelligence at 5? No one had ever told Harry he was smart before. At school, he deliberately performed worse than Dudley to avoid punishment at home. Next, he checked skills. Active skills, telekinesis, level 1, move objects with your mind. Weight limit, 8 ounces. Range, 5 feet. Cost, 2 MP per minute. Passive skills, magic sensitivity, level 1, sense magical energy within 10 feet. Physical endurance, level 2, increased stamina and resistance to physical discomfort. The last skill made Harry wince. He supposed years of Dudley's Harry hunting, and the Dursleys' neglect had built up his endurance, whether he wanted it or not. He tapped on Quests next. Available quests, Survival, complete your assigned chores without collapse. Reward, 10 XP, Discovery, find a quiet place to safely practice your magic. Reward, 20 XP, New skill possibility, Connection, make contact with another magical being. Reward, 30 XP, Information, Harry's heart raced. Other magical beings existed? There were more people like him out there. The Inventory option showed nothing but a grid of empty squares. Harry assumed this was where items would be stored, though he couldn't imagine how that would work. The sound of Dudley's loud voice in the kitchen snapped Harry back to reality. He needed to finish cleaning the garage, or he'd face another night of hunger. But as he worked, something had fundamentally changed. Each box he moved was a step toward completing his survival quest. Each moment of quiet contemplation was time spent planning how to find a safe place to practice magic. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter had something the Dursleys couldn't take away, a secret power, growing inside him like a seed finally given water and light. Over the next week, Harry settled into a new routine. By day, he was still the Dursleys' unwanted burden, cooking and cleaning and staying out of the way. But in stolen moments, early mornings before the family woke, late nights after being locked in his cupboard, brief minutes alone in the garden, Harry practiced. Moving small objects became easier each time. Paperclips, buttons, and even his broken toy soldiers, discarded hand-me-downs from Dudley, would dance across the floor of his cupboard as Harry directed them with increasingly precise control. Each success brought a small ping from the system and additional experience points. Telekinesis has reached level 2, weight limit increased to 1 pound. Range increased to 8 feet. The discovery came with a curious sensation, a warmth that spread through Harry's mind, as though new pathways were opening. He found he could now lift his thin mattress a few inches off the floor, though the effort drained his magic power quickly. His discovery quest was completed when Harry found a dense cluster of bushes at the far end of the local park, hidden from casual observation. It was there that he received his reward, a new skill possibility. Quest completed, discovery, reward, 20 XP, new skill available, choose one, light creation, magic sensing enhancement, or basic warding. After careful consideration, Harry chose light creation. Living in a dark cupboard made the ability to create light particularly valuable. Light creation, level 1, unlocked, create a small light source. Brightness, equivalent to a candle. Duration, 5 minutes. Cost, 1 MP. That night in his cupboard, Harry held out his palm and focused. A tiny ball of soft golden light appeared, hovering an inch above his skin. The warm glow illuminated the small space, revealing the spider's webs and the crude drawings Harry had made on the walls. He stared, transfixed by the magic literally in his hands. "I'm doing magic," he whispered, voice full of wonder. "Real magic." The light flickered with his emotions, brightening as joy surged through him. For the first time, Harry didn't mind being locked in the cupboard. It meant privacy to practice his new abilities without the Dursleys' interference. As days passed and Harry's level slowly increased, he became aware of another change. The constant fear that had been his companion since infancy was receding, replaced by a quiet confidence. The Dursleys could still hurt him, still deny him food and comfort, but they couldn't touch the growing power inside him. By the end of the month, Harry had reached level 3, unlocked a third skill, enhanced healing, and discovered something even more significant: he could feel when his magic was about to cause accidental effects. It happened during another of Dudley's bullying episodes. Harry had been cornered near the school bins, Dudley and his gang closing in with malicious grins. As panic rose in Harry's chest, he felt a familiar warmth building, but now, with his heightened awareness, he recognized it as magic preparing to defend him. In the past, these incidents had led to unexplainable events: Harry suddenly finding himself on the school roof, or Dudley's shoelaces tying themselves together. Now, instead of letting the magic burst out chaotically, Harry channeled it deliberately through his telekinesis skill. A nearby empty can skittered across the ground, drawing the bullies' attention. While they were distracted, Harry slipped away, heart pounding with the realization that he was gaining control over abilities that had previously been unpredictable. That night, a new notification appeared: wild magic tamed, accidental magic incidents reduced by 75%, magic control +1, new quest available, hidden heritage, discover the origin of your magical abilities. Reward, 50 XP, class revelation. Harry's fingers hovered over the notification. His heritage? Did that mean his parents had been magical too? Aunt Petunia had always described them as worthless layabouts who died in a car crash, but what if there was more to the story? The thought kept him awake long after his tiny light spell had faded. If magic was in his blood, then perhaps he wasn't alone in the world after all. 2 months after the system's first appearance, Harry's life at number 4 Privet Drive remained outwardly unchanged. He still cooked breakfast, still tended the garden, still endured Dudley's taunts and Vernon's bellowing. But inside, transformation was underway. At level 5, with telekinesis at level 4, light creation at level 3, and enhanced healing at level 2, Harry had discovered how to use his abilities subtly to improve his daily existence. A telekinetic nudge could flip bacon perfectly while Aunt Petunia wasn't looking. A tiny light spell under the covers allowed reading after bedtime. Enhanced healing meant bruises from Dudley's punches faded within hours instead of days. Most importantly, Harry had learned to be patient. The system rewarded consistent practice more than dramatic displays. Small, regular uses of magic built experience steadily, whereas large expenditures of power left him drained and vulnerable. On a sweltering July afternoon, Harry knelt in the garden, pulling weeds from around Aunt Petunia's prized roses. The sun beat down mercilessly, and sweat trickled down his back. Dudley and his friend Piers were playing with water guns in the yard, deliberately avoiding Harry with their cooling spray. Harry wiped his brow, leaving a smudge of dirt across his forehead. His stomach growled. Breakfast had been a single piece of toast, and lunch was still hours away. As he reached for another weed, a sharp thorn caught his finger, drawing blood. "Ouch," he muttered, watching as a crimson droplet welled up. Before he could think, Dudley appeared above him, water gun aimed directly at Harry's face. "Looking hot there, freak," Dudley sneered. "Too bad you can't have any water." Harry looked up slowly. In the past, this moment would have filled him with helpless anger or fear. Now, he felt oddly calm. "I'm fine, Dudley," he said evenly. "Just working." Something in Harry's tone made Dudley hesitate. The smaller boy didn't cower as expected. In fact, Harry's green eyes seemed to hold a quiet intensity that made Dudley strangely uncomfortable. "You're weird," Dudley declared, covering his momentary uncertainty with bravado. He squeezed the trigger, sending a jet of cold water into Harry's face. Harry didn't flinch. He blinked away the water and continued staring at his cousin. A small part of him, the part that had endured years of bullying, wanted to use telekinesis to knock Dudley over. It would be easy, just a subtle push against his off-balance stance. But the system had taught Harry something valuable: power wasn't about lashing out. It was about choice. He chose not to react. "Are you done?" Harry asked quietly. "I need to finish the weeding." Confused by the lack of reaction, Dudley scowled and stomped away, shouting for peers to follow him inside for video games and ice cream. Harry returned to his work, a small smile playing at his lips. The encounter had cost him nothing but granted him a subtle victory. Dudley's power over him was diminishing, not because Harry could fight back physically, but because he was learning that true strength came from within. As he pulled the last weed, Harry noticed something strange: a thin, greenish aura surrounding his aunt's rosebush. He blinked, but the faint glow remained. Curious, he extended his hand toward the plant. Magic sensing enhancement activated, plant vitality detected, new skill available, plant affinity. Harry's eyes widened. The system had never offered a skill without a completed quest before. Intrigued, he accepted. Plant affinity, level 1, unlocked, sense and influence plant health and growth. Current effect, minor acceleration of natural processes. Cost, 3 MP per minute of influence. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Harry placed his palm near the wilting section of the rosebush. He focused his intent, channeling magic as he'd learned through practice. The warm energy flowed from his center, down his arm, and into the plant. Before his eyes, the drooping roses straightened. Petals that had begun to brown at the edges regained their vibrant color. New buds seemed to swell slightly, as though a week of growth had occurred in seconds. Harry pulled his hand back, startled by the immediate effect. The system chimed. Plant affinity successfully used, experience, plus 15, magic power, 7/15. His magic pool had increased with leveling up, allowing for more complex workings. Still, the plant affinity had drained nearly half his reserves in that brief demonstration. "Boy! Where are you with those weeds?" Aunt Petunia's voice called from the kitchen window. "Coming, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, gathering the pulled weeds into a bucket. As he headed toward the compost bin at the side of the house, Harry noticed a peculiar sensation, as though he were being watched. He turned slowly, scanning the quiet suburban street. There, across the road, stood a figure that seemed oddly out of place among the neat houses and trimmed lawns. A tall man in what appeared to be a long coat despite the summer heat, with silver-streaked hair and a posture that spoke of authority. As Harry's eyes landed on him, the man tilted his head slightly, as though confirming something to himself. A car passed between them, and when it had gone, the stranger had vanished. Harry blinked, wondering if he'd imagined the encounter. Quest updated, connection, magical presence detected nearby, progress, 1 out of 1, quest completed. The notification appeared without warning, startling Harry so much he nearly dropped the bucket. Reward, 30 XP, information, the wizarding world is aware of unusual magical activity in Little Whinging. Your growing power has attracted attention. Caution advised. Harry's heart raced. The wizarding world. There was an entire world of magic out there. And somehow, they had noticed him. For the first time since discovering his abilities, Harry felt a flicker of uncertainty. He wasn't just developing in isolation, his actions were causing ripples beyond Privet Drive. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. That night, locked in his cupboard, Harry reviewed his stats by the gentle glow of his light spell. Name, Harry James Potter, age, 6, class, undetermined, level, 5, experience, 95 to 500, magic power, 15 to 15, health, 25/25, strength, 3, dexterity, 4, intelligence, 7, wisdom, 6, charisma, 3, available attribute points, 4, he had attribute points to spend, earned through leveling up, but had been saving them, unsure where they would be most beneficial. Now, with the knowledge that others might be watching, he decided to invest in wisdom and intelligence. Attribute points allocated, intelligence, 7-9, wisdom, 6-8, available attribute points, 0, immediately, Harry felt a subtle shift in his perception. Connections between ideas formed more readily, his understanding of his own magic deepened. With heightened wisdom came a stronger sense of the potential consequences of his actions. He needed to be more careful. Practice in secret. Learn everything he could before revealing himself further. The system had become his teacher, his guide in a world he was only beginning to comprehend. As Harry extinguished his light and prepared for sleep, new quest appeared, Magical Mastery, reach level 10 before your 7th birthday. Reward, Class Specialization, Rare Skill, Harry's birthday was 3 months away. The challenge seemed daunting but not impossible. As he drifted toward sleep, his mind filled with possibilities. What would a class specialization mean? What rare skill might he unlock? For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter looked toward his birthday with anticipation rather than indifference. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it with growing confidence and ability. Unknown to him, across Britain, several ancient magical instruments had begun to hum with increased activity. In hidden offices and secret chambers, those attuned to such things were beginning to take notice. Something unprecedented was stirring in the magical world, a power emerging far ahead of schedule, developing in ways no one had anticipated. And in the shadows between worlds, something else stirred as well. Something that had been waiting, dormant but aware, sensing the rise of a power that might one day challenge its own existence. Freak! Get up! Vernon has an important meeting today, and his breakfast better be perfect. Harry jolted awake, the last wisps of a strange dream, flying motorcycles and flashes of green light, fading from his mind. He'd been having unusual dreams lately, fragments of memories that didn't seem to be his own. Coming, Aunt Petunia, he called, rolling off his thin mattress. As Harry prepared breakfast, he maintained a careful balance, cooking well enough to avoid punishment, but not so impressively that the Dursleys might become suspicious of his improving abilities. His enhanced intelligence made such calculations second nature now. Uncle Vernon lumbered into the kitchen, already dressed in his best suit, mustache freshly trimmed for his meeting with potential investors. Everything must be perfect today, he announced to the room at large. Petunia, the house looks splendid. Dudley, my boy, you'll behave for your mother while I'm gone, won't you? Dudley, mouth full of toast, nodded without looking up from his portable game console. Vernon's gaze fell on Harry, narrowing instantly. And you? You'll stay out of sight when the Masons arrive for dinner tonight. Not a sound from you, understood? If this deal goes through, Dudley might get that computer upgrade he's been wanting. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry responded automatically, placing bacon on his uncle's plate. After breakfast, as Harry washed the dishes, Aunt Petunia approached with a list of chores longer than usual. Since you'll be in your cupboard during dinner, you'll need to finish these beforehand, she said, thrusting the paper at him. And don't think I won't check every item. Harry scanned the list, mentally calculating how long each task would take. With strategic use of his telekinesis for the heavier cleaning tasks, he could manage it, though his magic power would be drained by afternoon. "I'll get started right away," he said. Petunia watched him suspiciously. The boy had been different lately, still obedient, but somehow, contained. As though he were holding something back. It made her uneasy, though she couldn't articulate why. "See that you do," she said sharply, turning away to polish the already gleaming dining room silver. As Harry worked through his chores, he practiced a new technique he'd been developing, splitting his attention to maintain multiple instances of telekinesis simultaneously. It was challenging, like trying to pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time, but with practice, he could now dust a shelf while telekinetically mopping the floor. Multitasking skill unlocked, maintain up to 2 simultaneous magical effects. Mental strain increased by 50% when active. By mid-afternoon, Harry had completed most of his list and decided to risk a short break in the backyard. The summer heat had intensified, but a small shaded spot beneath the oak tree offered respite. He sat cross-legged on the grass, closed his eyes, and practiced another new technique, magical meditation. He discovered that by turning his awareness inward, he could feel the flow of magic within himself, a cool, steady current that originated somewhere near his heart and branched outward through invisible channels. By focusing on this flow, he could speed his magic's regeneration slightly. Lost in concentration, Harry didn't notice the garden snake that had slithered up beside him until it spoke. "Warm rocks, warm sun. Good day for hunting." Harry's eyes snapped open, staring at the small green serpent. Had it just talked? "Hello?" he ventured hesitantly. The snake's head rose, tongue flicking rapidly. "A speaker? Unusual. Very unusual." Harry blinked in astonishment. He was having a conversation with a snake. Before he could respond, the system chimed. Hidden ability discovered, Parseltongue, the rare ability to communicate with serpents has awakened. This appears to be an inherited trait rather than a developed skill. "You can understand me?" Harry asked the snake, fascinated. "Of course. All serpents understand the speaker. Rare gift. Powerful gift." The snake slithered closer. "Why does a speaker hide among non-speakers?" "You smell of power." Harry considered how to answer. "I didn't know I was a speaker. I'm just learning about my abilities." "Learning is good. Snakes can help. Snakes see what others miss, hear secrets in the grass." An idea formed in Harry's mind. "Would you be willing to help me? I need to practice my abilities without being seen." The snake seemed to consider this. "I can watch. Warn when larger humans approach. In exchange, warm rocks in cold times. Safe place when the frost comes." "Deal," Harry agreed, smiling at the pragmatic arrangement. Quest created, Serpent Alliance, establish a network of snake informants in and around Privet Drive. Reward, enhanced awareness, 40 XP. Harry's conversation was interrupted by Aunt Petunia's shriek from the back door. "Get away from that snake. Filthy creature. Get inside now, boy." The snake quickly disappeared into the hedge as Harry stood, brushing grass from his pants. It was just resting in the sun, Aunt Petunia. "It wasn't bothering anyone," he said calmly. "Don't talk back to me. Inside, now. Finish the windows before Vernon gets home with the masons." Harry complied, but as he passed Petunia in the doorway, he noticed something odd, a flicker of genuine fear in her eyes. Not disgust at the snake, but fear of Harry's proximity to it. Almost as if she knew something. The realization hit him, Aunt Petunia knew about magic. The clues had been there all along, her excessive reaction to any unexplainable event, her nervous tension whenever Harry did something unusual, her absolute refusal to discuss his parents. As he gathered the window cleaning supplies, Harry made a mental note to explore this revelation further. If Petunia knew about magic, she might be the key to discovering his hidden heritage. Dinner with the Masons proceeded exactly as Uncle Vernon had hoped. Harry remained silent in his cupboard, listening to the forced laughter and business discussions through the small vent. Using his light spell, he practiced creating different colors and intensities, pushing the boundaries of the skill. Light creation has reached level 4, customization options expanded, color range now includes full spectrum. Brightness can be adjusted from dim glow to reading light. Duration increased to 30 minutes. As the dinner party continued upstairs, Harry became aware of a faint scratching at the cupboard door. He extinguished his light immediately. "Speaker," came a soft hiss. "It is I, from the garden." Harry blinked in surprise. The garden snake had somehow made its way into the house. "How did you get in?" he whispered. "Many ways for one who can flatten. Gap beneath door. I bring news. Strange human watched house today. Smelled of power, like you but different. Older. Wore strange coverings even in heat." Harry's pulse quickened. The mysterious observer had returned. What did they look like? Did they do anything? Tall. Silver in fur. Held a thin stick. Made marks in air that glowed then vanished. Then disappeared with sound like air breaking. A wizard. It had to be. Someone from the wizarding world the system had mentioned. "Thank you for telling me," Harry said gratefully. "It's important information." "Alliance serves both," the snake replied pragmatically. "I go now. Loud humans will finish soon." The serpent slithered away just as the dining room erupted in appreciative laughter at one of Uncle Vernon's jokes. Harry leaned back against the wall of his cupboard, mind racing. He was being monitored by someone with magical abilities far beyond his own, someone who could disappear with a sound like air breaking. Teleportation, perhaps. The system chimed softly. Quest updated, hidden heritage, new objective, discover the identity of the magical observer. Progress, 0 to 1, Harry spent the rest of the evening in deep thought, weighing his options. Direct confrontation seemed foolish, he was still just a child with limited abilities against what appeared to be a fully trained wizard. But perhaps there was another approach. If he could boost his magical signature deliberately, create a controlled surge that might prompt the observer to make contact. The sound of chairs scraping back in the dining room indicated the Masons were preparing to leave. Soon, the Dursleys would be heading to bed, and the house would fall silent. Harry waited patiently, listening as Uncle Vernon saw their guests out, his booming voice full of satisfaction at a deal well struck. Footsteps ascended the stairs, bathroom doors opened and closed, and finally, the house settled into nighttime quiet. Only then did Harry enact his plan. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the magical current within him, no longer just observing but actively directing it. Instead of channeling the energy into a specific skill, he allowed it to build, compressing it like a spring. Warning, uncontrolled magic buildup detected, recommend immediate release through established skill pathway. Harry ignored the warning, continuing to gather his magic until pressure built behind his eyes and his fingertips tingled uncomfortably. Critical warning, magic containment at 95% capacity, system instability possible above 100%, when he could hold no more, Harry released the compressed energy in a single, focused burst, not destructive, but like a beacon, a deliberate flare of magical presence. The effect was instantaneous and far beyond what he'd anticipated. Every light bulb in the house brightened to blinding intensity before shattering. The television in Dudley's room switched on at maximum volume. Water pipes rattled in the walls. And most alarmingly, the door to Harry's cupboard not only unlocked but tore completely from its hinges, crashing into the opposite wall. Upstairs, Uncle Vernon's roar of confusion and rage mingled with Aunt Petunia's scream and Dudley's frightened wailing. Harry stood in the open doorway of his cupboard, heart racing with adrenaline and a dawning realization that he'd miscalculated badly. System stability compromised, emergency recalibration in progress, magical overload, unintended effects triggered, heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs as Uncle Vernon appeared, face purple with fury, flannel pajamas askew. "You," he bellowed, eyes bulging as he took in the destroyed cupboard door and Harry standing amid the chaos. "What have you done?" Before Harry could respond, a sharp crack split the air, the sound of air breaking, just as the snake had described. In the next instant, the front door burst open. 3 figures stood on the threshold, dressed in long robes that confirmed Harry's suspicions about wizards. The leader, a stern-faced woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, held a thin wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized, pointed directly at Uncle Vernon. "Stand aside, Mr. Dursley," she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Magical Security Task Force. We detected a Class 3 arcane disturbance at this location." Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, his rage momentarily stunned into silence by this unprecedented invasion. The woman's sharp eyes found Harry, widening slightly in what might have been recognition. "Harry Potter," she said, lowering her wand fractionally. "I might have known." And in that moment, as the wizarding world literally crashed through his front door, Harry realized his plan had worked far too well. He had wanted attention, and now he had it, for better or worse. The system chimed one final time before falling silent, quest completed, hidden heritage, contact with wizarding authorities established, warning, timeline acceleration detected, reward, 50 XP, class revelation pending. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. The witch who had identified Harry introduced herself as Madame Havisham from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Underage Sorcery. Her companions, a young wizard with a notebook who continuously documented everything, and a heavy-set older wizard who set about repairing the damage to the Dursley home, moved with practiced efficiency. Uncle Vernon, after several failed attempts to assert his authority, had been temporarily subdued by what Madame Havisham called a calming charm. He sat in his armchair, expression unnaturally placid, while Aunt Petunia hovered nearby, white-faced and trembling. Dudley had retreated upstairs, barricading himself in his bedroom. "Extraordinary," Madame Havisham muttered, waving her wand in intricate patterns around Harry. "Simply extraordinary. The readings are off the scale for a child his age." The young wizard scribbled furiously. "Should we notify the Department of Mysteries? Or perhaps Dumbledore directly?" "Not yet, Fitzwilliam. Let's complete our assessment first." She knelt to Harry's eye level. "Harry, I need you to be completely honest with me. How long have you been performing conscious magic?" Harry considered his options carefully. These people clearly had authority in the magical world, but he wasn't sure how much to reveal about the system. "A few months," he answered truthfully. "It started with moving small things. Then creating light. Without a wand. Without any training." Her eyebrows rose. "And tonight's event?" "I was trying to control it better," Harry said, which wasn't entirely a lie. "But it built up too much and then exploded." Madame Havisham nodded slowly. "Accidental magic is common in magical children, Mr. Potter, but what you've described is deliberate wandless magic, something most adult wizards struggle to master." The older wizard rejoined them, pocketing his wand. "Repairs complete, Havisham. Memory modifications for the neighbors who witnessed the light show." "Yes, standard procedure, Grindelwood. And prepare a moderate memory adjustment for the Dursleys as well. They'll remember a power surge, nothing more." She turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I believe we need to have a longer discussion about your situation, but not here." "You're taking me away?" Harry asked, a mixture of hope and apprehension in his voice. "Temporarily. There are evaluations that must be conducted, for your safety and others. Underage magic of this magnitude requires special consideration." For the first time, Aunt Petunia spoke, her voice thin and strained. "You can't take him. He was left in our care. There were arrangements." Madame Havisham fixed her with a cool stare. Arrangements which included his well-being, Mrs. Dursley. Preliminary observations suggest those conditions have not been met. She glanced pointedly at the cupboard under the stairs, Harry's meager possessions visible inside. Petunia flinched but pressed on. The letter said he had to stay here. For protection. The blood wards remain a consideration, Madame Havisham acknowledged. But they must be balanced against other factors. Mr. Potter will return once assessments are complete, unless evidence suggests alternative arrangements would be more appropriate. The finality in her tone silenced any further protest. The wizard named Grindelwood approached the still unnaturally calm Vernon and Petunia, his wand raised. "You won't remember our visit precisely," he explained. "Just that there was an electrical fault that's now been repaired. The boy has been taken for a special educational assessment, all arranged through proper channels." "You agreed, of course." Before the spell was cast, Harry locked eyes with Aunt Petunia. In her frightened gaze, he saw confirmation of what he'd suspected. She had always known about magic, about his heritage, and had deliberately kept it from him. "You knew," he said quietly. "About all of this. About me." Something like shame flickered across her face before Grindelwood's spell took effect, glazing her eyes with artificial acceptance. Madame Havisham placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Collect anything you wish to bring, Mr. Potter. Where we're going, you won't need much." Harry needed little prompting. In less than a minute, he had gathered his few possessions, the broken toy soldiers, a couple of Dudley's discarded books, and the thin blanket from his cupboard. "That's everything?" The young wizard, Fitzwilliam, looked disturbed by the small collection. Harry nodded, feeling a strange detachment from these objects that had once represented the totality of his possessions. With the system, he had gained something far more valuable than material things. Madame Havisham extended her hand. "We'll be traveling by side-along apparition, wizard teleportation, essentially. It's not particularly comfortable the first time, but it's the fastest way." Harry took her hand, and the system activated unprompted. Quest completed, connection with Wizarding World established, reward, 30 XP, class revelation, class unlocked, arcane prodigy, a rare class awakened through exceptional magical aptitude and self-directed learning. Arcane prodigies possess enhanced magical growth rates and unique skill development paths unavailable to standard practitioners. Level up. Level 5 Level 6, new attribute points available, 2, new skill slot unlocked, hold tight, Madame Havisham instructed, unaware of the transformative moment Harry was experiencing. The last thing Harry saw before the crushing sensation of apparition enveloped him was the Dursleys' living room, the prison that had contained his entire world until now, shrinking away as a vast new reality opened before him. The Ministry of Magic was a bewildering maze of moving staircases, animated portraits, and bustling witches and wizards in various styles of robes. Harry tried to absorb everything at once, the paper airplanes flying overhead carrying messages, the strange instruments whirring on desks, the occasional burst of colorful smoke from an office doorway. Madame Havisham led him through corridors that seemed to shift direction, eventually arriving at a door labeled, Exceptional Magical Manifestations, Juvenile Division. Inside, a circular room contained several comfortable chairs, walls lined with books, and peculiar silver instruments that hummed softly. "Please sit, Mr. Potter," she said, gesturing to a chair that adjusted itself to Harry's height as he approached. "We have much to discuss." Harry sat, noting that his feet actually touched the floor, unlike the two tall chairs at school where they always dangled. It was a small courtesy, but meaningful. "First," Madame Havisham began, "I must apologize on behalf of the Ministry. Your magical signature has been registering in our monitoring systems for months, but it was classified as ambient magical fluctuation rather than deliberate underage magic. Had we known a 6-year-old was performing controlled wandless magic." "I'm nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically. A ghost of a smile crossed her stern face. "Indeed. Forgive me." She conjured a tea set with a wave of her wand, and a cup floated to Harry. "Your parents were exceptionally talented, Mr. Potter, but what you've demonstrated goes beyond inherited aptitude. I need to understand how you've developed these abilities without instruction." Harry sipped the tea, sweetened exactly as he would have chosen, and considered his response carefully. The system hadn't explicitly forbidden him from discussing its existence, but instinct suggested caution. "I discovered I could make things happen if I concentrated in the right way," he explained. "At first it was accidental, but then I practiced controlling it. It got easier with practice, like building a muscle." "Remarkable intuitive understanding," she murmured, making notes with a quill that wrote on its own. "And your relatives? Did they encourage this practice?" Harry couldn't help the short, bitter laugh that escaped him. "They punished me whenever anything freakish happened. I learned to hide it." Madame Haversham's expression tightened. "I see. That explains your control, necessity forcing discipline. Still concerning, however." She set down her cup. "Mr. Potter, there's something you should know about yourself. Something your aunt and uncle should have explained years ago." "That I'm a wizard," Harry said. "That my parents were magical too." She blinked, surprised. "Yes. Though I wonder how you deduced that second part." Harry shrugged. It made sense. Aunt Petunia always got especially angry when strange things happened, like she recognized it. "And she never talks about my mother, her own sister." "Perceptive," Madame Havisham commented. "Yes, your parents were a witch and wizard of considerable talent. But there's more to your story, Mr. Potter. You are, somewhat famous in our world." Harry frowned. "Famous? Why?" "For surviving what no one else has ever survived. The night your parents died, they were murdered by the most dangerous dark wizard of our time, a man called Lord Voldemort." She explained the First Wizarding War, Voldemort's reign of terror, and how on Halloween night nearly 6 years ago, he had come to the Potter's home in Godric's Hollow. How he had killed James and Lily Potter, but when he turned his wand on baby Harry, the killing curse, unblockable, unsurvivable, had somehow rebounded, destroying Voldemort and leaving only the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "You became known as the boy who lived," she concluded. "The only person ever to survive the killing curse. Voldemort vanished that night, though some believe he wasn't truly destroyed, merely weakened beyond function." Harry sat in stunned silence, one hand unconsciously touching his scar. The system chimed quietly. Hidden heritage quest completed, origin of magical abilities confirmed, reward, 50 XP, special ability enhancement, soul fragment detected, foreign magical essence identified in curse scar, warning, potential for external influence. The second notification sent a chill through Harry. Soul fragment? External influence? Before he could process this disturbing information, the door burst open. An elderly wizard with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles swept into the room, wearing magnificent purple robes embroidered with silver stars. His blue eyes fixed immediately on Harry with an intensity that felt almost physical. "Albus," Madame Havisham said, rising quickly. "I was about to contact you. News travels quickly when monitoring charms older than the ministry itself are triggered, Matilda," the wizard replied, his voice gentle despite the urgency of his entrance. "Particularly when they concern young Mr. Potter." Harry studied the newcomer carefully. Even without introduction, he could sense the immense power radiating from the old wizard, a presence that made the system hum with recognition. Legendary figure encountered, Albus Dumbledore, threat assessment, overwhelming, recommendation, caution, Harry, the wizard said, taking a seat opposite him. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I was a friend of your parents, and I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you will study when you turn 11. You're the one who left me with the Dursleys," Harry said quietly, the pieces falling into place. Aunt Petunia mentioned arrangements. Protection. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Indeed. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protection through her blood, protection that extends through her sister, your aunt. While you call their house home, certain dark forces cannot reach you there. Protection from what happened to my parents, Harry said. From Voldemort. Dumbledore and Madame Havisham exchanged a glance at Harry's casual use of the name most wizards feared to speak. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I admit I did not anticipate the domestic challenges you would face there. For that, I must ask your forgiveness. Harry considered this. The system had helped him see patterns and connections more clearly, and one thing was becoming evident: these adults, powerful as they might be, didn't fully understand what was happening with his magic. What happens now? He asked. An excellent question, Dumbledore replied. The manifestation of such significant magical ability at your age presents both opportunities and concerns. I believe a period of assessment and preliminary training would be beneficial, perhaps at Hogwarts, under controlled conditions. But the blood protection, Madame Havisham began, can be temporarily extended through certain measures, Dumbledore completed. The boy's magical development cannot be left unguided, Matilda. What occurred tonight was merely a taste of what uncontrolled power might do. Harry listened to them discuss his future as though he weren't present, a familiar experience from life with the Dursleys. But he was different now. The system had given him not just power, but agency. I want to understand my magic better, he interjected, causing both adults to turn toward him. I want to learn. But I also want to know more about my parents, and why Voldemort targeted them. Why he targeted me. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. Curiosity is admirable, Harry, though some knowledge must wait until you are better prepared to receive it. Harry met his gaze steadily. With respect, sir, I've been preparing myself for months now. And I think I've done pretty well on my own. A hint of surprise, followed by what might have been approval, flickered across Dumbledore's face. Indeed you have. Very well, I propose a compromise. You will spend the summer at Hogwarts, receiving basic magical education and assessment. During this time, we will evaluate whether your return to the Dursleys is necessary or if alternative arrangements can be made that maintain your protection. And my questions about my parents? About what happened? Will be answered as fully as possible, given your age and readiness, Dumbledore said. Some truths are heavy burdens, Harry. I would not place them on shoulders still growing. It wasn't everything Harry wanted, but it was far more than he'd had this morning. He nodded in agreement. Excellent, Dumbledore said, rising. Matilda, if you would complete the necessary documentation. I shall escort young Mr. Potter to Hogwarts immediately. Madame Havisham looked as though she wanted to protest but nodded curtly. The minister will want a full report, Albus. Naturally, Dumbledore replied. And he shall have one, once we've properly assessed the situation. He extended his hand to Harry. Shall we, Mr. Potter? Hogwarts awaits. As Harry took the old wizard's hand, the system activated once more. Quest created, Arcane Education, begin your formal magical training at Hogwarts. Objective, master 5 basic spells before your 7th birthday. Reward, special class feature, 100 XP. Warning, soul fragment active, foreign entity attempting to establish connection, activating mental protection protocol. Recommendation, seek method of extraction/containment. The second notification troubled Harry deeply, but now wasn't the time to address it. As Dumbledore prepared for their departure, Harry made a silent promise to himself: he would use every resource available, the system, Hogwarts, and his own determination, to understand what darkness lurked within his scar, and how to be free of it. The next chapter of his life was beginning, far earlier than anyone had anticipated. Harry Potter, arcane prodigy, level 6 wizard at not quite 7 years old, stood on the threshold of a world he was destined to change, in ways not even Albus Dumbledore could foresee. Chapter 2, The Hidden World. Hogwarts Castle loomed against the twilight sky, its countless windows glittering like stars. Harry stood transfixed at the edge of the lake, the massive structure reflected in the still water before him. Even Albus Dumbledore paused, allowing the boy a moment to absorb the sight. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," Harry whispered. "The first glimpse of Hogwarts is a moment few wizards forget," Dumbledore said, a gentle smile crinkling his eyes. "Those students typically arrive by boat across this very lake, and not until they're 11. Harry tore his gaze from the castle to look up at the old wizard. "Why are you making an exception for me?" Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "Exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures, Harry. What you've accomplished, developing controlled wandless magic at your age, without guidance, is unprecedented. Such talent left unrefined could become dangerous, both to yourself and others." As they walked toward the castle, Harry's system silently activated. Location: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, magical saturation level, extreme, warning, ambient magic may affect system stability, recalibrating. Will there be other students here? Harry asked, watching a flock of strange birds circle one of the towers. "Not during summer holiday," Dumbledore replied. "Only a few staff members remain year-round. Professor McGonagall, who teaches Transfiguration, and our groundskeeper, Hagrid, are expecting us. Professor Snape is also in residence, working on his potions research." They approached massive oak doors that swung open at their approach. Harry stepped into an entrance hall so vast the Dursleys' entire house could fit inside it with room to spare. Stone walls rose to a ceiling too high to make out in the dim light, while flaming torches cast dancing shadows across ancient flagstones. Quest updated: Arcane Education. Hogwarts Castle contains numerous magical resources. Recommendation: explore systematically. A severe-looking witch in emerald robes waited at the foot of a grand marble staircase. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she regarded Harry with an intense gaze that seemed to assess everything about him at once. "Potter has arrived safely, then," she said, her Scottish accent crispening the words. "Indeed, Minerva," Dumbledore replied. "May I introduce Harry Potter? Harry, this is Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Transfiguration Teacher." Harry straightened instinctively under her scrutiny. "Hello, Professor." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "You have your mother's eyes," she observed, then quickly resumed her professional demeanor. "We've prepared quarters for you in the East Wing. Not a regular dormitory, those are for term time, but comfortable rooms near my own, so I can oversee your initial training." "Thank you," Harry said, appreciating her direct manner after years of the Dursleys' artificial politeness masking contempt. "There will be time for a full tour tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "For now, I imagine you're tired after an eventful day." In truth, Harry felt more energized than exhausted. His system showed his magic power fully recharged, and the castle's ambient magic created a tingling awareness he'd never experienced before. "Actually, sir," he began cautiously, "I have questions about—" A thunderous crash interrupted him as the entrance doors burst open again. A man, if he could be called that, ducked to enter. He stood at least twice as tall as a normal person and 5 times as wide, with a wild tangle of hair and beard obscuring most of his face. Yet his beetle-black eyes shone with unmistakable warmth. "Harry!" the giant exclaimed, crossing the hall in 3 massive strides. "Last time I saw ya was just a baby." Harry stared up at the enormous man, his system immediately activating. Magical being detected, human/giant hybrid, threat assessment, low despite physical capabilities, emotional signature indicates positive disposition. "Harry, this is Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," Dumbledore introduced them. "Hagrid was the one who brought you to your aunt and uncle's home after your parents died." Something clicked in Harry's mind, fragments of dreams he'd had for years. "The flying motorcycle," he said softly. "That was you." Hagrid's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "Yeah, remember that?" "Blimey, Harry. I think," Harry said carefully, "I've been remembering bits and pieces for a while without realizing what they were." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a significant look that Harry didn't miss. Memory is a fascinating and complex magic of its own, Dumbledore said. But perhaps such discussions would best follow a good night's rest. Hagrid, would you mind bringing up a late supper for our young guest? Oh, course, Professor Dumbledore, sir. Hagrid beamed down at Harry. Got some rock cakes made fresh this morning, too. As Hagrid lumbered off toward what Harry presumed were the kitchens, Professor McGonagall led them up the marble staircase. Hogwarts may seem confusing at first, she explained as they walked. The staircases move, doors sometimes aren't doors at all, and certain corridors rearrange themselves on Tuesdays. You do well to pay close attention to your surroundings. Harry nodded, mentally mapping their route. Left at the suit of armor, right at the portrait of sleeping monks, up a narrow spiral staircase that seemed to extend higher with each turn. Here we are, McGonagall finally announced, stopping before an oak door with a bronze handle shaped like a lion's paw. These will be your quarters for the summer. The room beyond was larger than the Dursleys' master bedroom and furnished with a four-poster bed draped in rich red hangings, a polished desk and chair, a comfortable armchair by a small fireplace, and bookshelves already stocked with volumes. A wardrobe stood open, revealing several sets of plain black robes. The clothing should adjust to fit you, McGonagall explained, noticing his glance. A simple charm, but effective. It's perfect, Harry said, overwhelmed by the space that was suddenly his. After a cupboard under the stairs, this room felt like a palace. The bathroom is through that door, she continued, and my quarters are just down the hall should you need anything. Breakfast is at 8 in the small staff dining room. We'll begin your assessment immediately after. After McGonagall and Dumbledore departed, promising further discussion in the morning, Harry was left alone in his new room. Hagrid delivered a tray laden with more food than Harry normally saw in days: roast chicken, buttered potatoes, fresh vegetables, and treacle tart for dessert. Eat up, Harry, the giant encouraged. You're too skinny by half. His eyes narrowed slightly. Them muggles been feed in, yeah proper. Harry considered lying, then decided against it. Not really, no. Hagrid's expression darkened. I never did think it right, leavin', yeah with those people. Told Dumbledore, I did. Why did he insist on it? Harry asked, seizing the opportunity to gather information. Protection spells, Hagrid said, looking uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Powerful ancient magic, tied to your mother's sacrifice and her blood, which your aunt shares. Keeps ye safe from, well, from those who might want to harm ye. Because of Voldemort? Hagrid flinched violently. Don't say the name, he whispered. And, yeah, because of him. And his followers. Not all of them ended up in Azkaban, see. Harry filed away this new information. Azkaban was presumably a prison, and Voldemort's followers were still at large. Before he could ask more, Hagrid checked his pocket watch, the size of a dinner plate, and exclaimed over the lateness of the hour. Best be off. McGonagall'll have my hide if I keep ya up past midnight on your first day. He paused at the door. It's good to have ya here, Harry. Your parents would be right proud of the wizard you're becoming. After Hagrid left, Harry finally had a moment of true privacy. He sat cross-legged on the enormous bed and called up his system interface. Name, Harry James Potter, age, 6, class, Arcane Prodigy, level, 6, experience, 175 600ths, magic power, 20/20, regeneration, 2 per hour, health, 30 30ths, strength, 3, dexterity, 4, intelligence, 9, wisdom, 8, charisma, 3, available attribute points, 2, active skills, telekinesis, level 4, move objects with your mind. Weight limit, 5 pounds. Range, 12 feet. Cost, 2 MP per minute. Light creation, level 4, create customizable light. Duration, 30 minutes. Cost, 1 MP. Plant affinity, level 2, influence plant growth and vitality. Cost, 3 MP per minute. Parcel tongue, innate, communicate with serpents. No MP cost. Multitasking, level 1, maintain multiple magical effects simultaneously. Mental strain plus 50%. Passive skills, magic sensitivity, level 2, sense magical energy within 20 feet. Identify basic magical signatures. Physical endurance, level 2, increased stamina and resistance to physical discomfort. Mental protection, level 1, basic defense against mental intrusion. Activated automatically against detected threats. The mental protection skill was new, apparently triggered by the system's detection of the soul fragment. Harry focused on this concerning development. System, tell me more about the soul fragment, he whispered. Foreign soul fragment analysis, location, lightning scar, origin, unknown, but connected to traumatic event, nature, dark magic of highest order, status, contained but active, threat, significant if containment fails, recommendation, research soul magic, seek expert assistance without revealing system. Harry frowned. This was deeply troubling. Something dark lurked within him, likely connected to Voldemort's attack. Yet revealing this might raise uncomfortable questions about how he knew. The system clearly advised caution. For now, he would focus on learning everything he could about magic and the wizarding world. With his enhanced intelligence and the system's guidance, perhaps he could find answers independently. Harry allocated his attribute points, raising his wisdom to 9 and charisma to 4. If political forces were indeed taking interest in him, improved social awareness would be valuable. Attribute points allocated, wisdom, 8-9, charisma, 3-4, available attribute points, 0, as Harry prepared for bed, trying out the luxurious private bathroom with its seemingly endless hot water, he contemplated his extraordinary day. From the cupboard under the stairs to a castle room fit for royalty, from being the Dursleys' unwanted burden to a wizard of special interest to the magical world's leaders. Things are moving very fast, he murmured, climbing into the four-poster. The mattress adjusted to cradle him perfectly, another magical comfort he'd never known. As sleep claimed him, one final notification appeared, quest created, the fractured soul, research the nature of the soul fragment and possible removal methods, reward, reduced external influence, potential new abilities. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through tall windows and the sound of birdsong. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming. He'd never slept so comfortably or woken so naturally, without Aunt Petunia's shrill demands. A soft pop made him sit up quickly. A strange creature stood beside his bed, about 3 feet tall with bat-like ears, bulging eyes, and wearing what appeared to be a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. "Good morning, young Master Potter," the creature squeaked. "Nipsey is bringing breakfast." Magical being detected, house elf, purpose, bound magical servant. "Thank you, Nipsey," Harry said cautiously. "I don't mean to be rude, but, what exactly are you?" "Nipsey is a house elf, young master. We serve the castle and its residents." She, Harry thought it was a she, placed a tray on the desk. "Professor McGonagall says young master should eat well, then come to the Transfiguration classroom. Nipsey can show the way." Harry thanked her and, after she disappeared with another pop, examined the breakfast tray. It contained eggs, sausages, toast, porridge with honey, fresh fruit, and a goblet of pumpkin juice, more food than the Dursleys would have allowed him in a day. As he ate, Harry reviewed his goals for the day: begin formal magical training, explore Hogwarts strategically, and start researching soul fragments without raising suspicion. The Transfiguration classroom was located 2 floors below his quarters. Professor McGonagall waited behind a large desk, while a tall, thin man with sallow skin and shoulder-length black hair stood by the window, his arms crossed. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," McGonagall greeted him. "This is Professor Snape, our potions master." Snape turned, and Harry felt an immediate chill. The man's black eyes fixed on him with such intense dislike that Harry instinctively checked his system's threat assessment. Magical human, Severus Snape, magical signature, highly controlled, complex, emotional state, conflicted, hostile, occlusions, mind shielded from external reading, warning, subject capable of legitimacy, mind reading. The last warning sent alarm through Harry. If Snape could read minds, the system might be exposed. Potter, Snape said softly, his voice barely above a whisper yet commanding complete attention. Our new celebrity. I've asked Professor Snape to assist with your initial assessment, McGonagall explained, either missing or ignoring the tension. His expertise in certain branches of magic will be valuable in understanding your unique situation. Snape's lip curled. I still maintain this entire exercise is premature and potentially dangerous. Children exhibit accidental magic for a reason, their minds are not equipped to handle controlled casting. Nevertheless, McGonagall said firmly, Mr. Potter has already demonstrated controlled wandless magic far beyond accidental outbursts. Our task is to assess and guide, not ignore reality because it's inconvenient. She turned to Harry. We'll begin with basic magical theory, then some practical demonstrations of what you've already taught yourself. Professor Snape will observe your magical signature during these exercises. The morning passed in a structured examination of Harry's abilities. McGonagall explained the fundamental principles of magic, intent, focus, and magical channels, while testing Harry's understanding. Snape remained largely silent, watching with those penetrating black eyes. When the practical demonstration began, Harry deliberately showcased less than his full capability. He moved small objects with visible effort, created light that flickered inconsistently, and pretended difficulty with maintaining multiple effects. Deception partially successful, target, Minerva McGonagall, convinced, target, Severus Snape, suspicious, recommendation, controlled demonstration of occasional instability to reinforce narrative. Following the system's guidance, Harry allowed his next light spell to flare too brightly before stabilizing. Careful, Potter, Snape said, stepping forward. Uncontrolled fluctuations in magical output can have unfortunate consequences. McGonagall made notes on a parchment. Impressive control for his age, though clearly still developing. What's your assessment of his core, Severus? Snape's expression was unreadable. Unusually powerful, with atypical resonance patterns. There's something irregular about the magical signature. I would recommend comprehensive testing by the Department of Mysteries. Albus specifically wanted to avoid ministry involvement at this stage, McGonagall reminded him. Of course, Snape replied silkily. Heaven forbid we follow standard protocols when Potter is involved. Harry, sensing an old argument, interjected carefully. Professors, may I ask a question? When they both looked at him, he continued, how does magical education normally work? Do wizard children get tutors before Hogwarts? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Most magical children grow up in wizarding homes where they observe magic daily but perform very little themselves before receiving their wands at 11. They learn to read, write, and do basic arithmetic, subjects not requiring magic, through home education or small primary schools in magical communities. What about Muggle-born wizards? Harry asked, recalling a term he'd heard Hagrid use. They receive no magical education until their Hogwarts letter arrives, she explained. Which makes your case even more unusual, Mr. Potter. While you were raised in a Muggle environment, you've developed magical control typically seen in adolescents with years of formal training. Snape made a soft noise that might have been disagreement but said nothing. I think that's enough assessment for one morning, McGonagall concluded. This afternoon, Professor Flitwick, our charms teacher who has arrived specifically to assist with your case, will introduce you to wand movements using a practice wand. I don't get a real wand? Harry asked, disappointment evident in his voice. Not until you're 11, Mr. Potter. The decree for reasonable restriction of underage sorcery is quite clear on this point. However, practice wands allow basic movement training without actually channeling magic. As the professors prepared to leave for lunch, Snape lingered behind. When McGonagall had gone, he approached Harry with measured steps. "You're holding back," he said quietly. An interesting choice for a child so eager to demonstrate his specialness, that he performed magic powerful enough to alert the ministry. Harry met his gaze, careful to focus on his mental protection skill. "I don't know what you mean, sir." "Don't you?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "Your father was also talented at deception. Let me be perfectly clear, Potter, I am not fooled by this performance of wide-eyed innocence. Whatever you're hiding, I will discover it." With a swirl of his black robes, Snape departed, leaving Harry with the distinct impression he'd just made a powerful enemy. Quest updated, Arcane Education, New Challenge, Navigate Political Landscape while concealing true abilities, Recommendation, Identify trustworthy allies. The following weeks established a new rhythm in Harry's life. Mornings were dedicated to magical theory with various professors, Transfiguration with McGonagall, Charms with the diminutive but brilliant Flitwick, and even occasional potions lessons with a coldly critical Snape. Afternoons allowed for supervised practice of basic spells using a practice wand, a frustrating experience for someone who had already performed wandless magic but necessary to maintain his cover. Throughout it all, Harry's system continued to evolve, adding complexity and new features as his understanding of magic deepened. Magical theory integration complete, system updated, new feature, spell library, new feature, advanced skill trees. The spell library cataloged every spell Harry learned about, including theoretical knowledge before practical mastery. The advanced skill trees revealed potential specialization paths that would become available as he leveled up, elemental affinity, mind arts, battle magic, and more. Most evenings found Harry in the library, ostensibly studying assigned magical theory but actually researching soul magic whenever possible. This proved challenging. Such topics were either absent from the main collection or written in such oblique terms as to be nearly useless. His breakthrough came during his third week at Hogwarts, on an evening when the castle was unusually quiet. Dumbledore had departed for an International Confederation of Wizards meeting, McGonagall was handling administrative duties, and even Hagrid had mentioned traveling to Diagon Alley for supplies. Harry sat alone in the library's reference section, surrounded by dusty tomes on magical theory, when his magic sensitivity skill alerted him to a presence. Magical being detected, classification, ghost, approaching from eastern wall. Harry looked up as a pearly white, translucent figure drifted through the solid stone wall. The ghost wore old-fashioned clothes with an elaborate ruff around her neck, and her expression was one of serene wisdom. "Good evening, young seeker," she said, her voice echoing slightly. "The Grey Lady of Ravenclaw greets you." Harry stood respectfully. "Hello, lady. I'm Harry Potter." "I know who you are," she replied with a small smile. "All of Hogwarts speaks of the child prodigy summering in our halls. But more interesting to me is what you seek." Her translucent hand gestured toward his books. "Knowledge beyond your years, hidden in texts that do not yield their secrets easily." Harry hesitated, then decided on a careful approach. "I'm trying to understand how magic can affect the soul. It seems important, but the books I can access don't explain much." The Grey Lady studied him with ancient eyes. "Soul magic is among the most profound and dangerous branches of the magical arts. It is not taught at Hogwarts for good reason." She drifted closer. "Yet I sense your interest is not idle curiosity nor dark ambition. There is personal necessity in your search." Dialogue choice detected, options, reveal partial truth about the soul fragment, deflect with generalized academic interest, ask about the Grey Lady's knowledge directly. Harry chose the third option. "Does being, what you are, give you special insight into soul magic, lady?" A sad smile touched her translucent lips. "Indeed. Ghosts are imprints of souls that refuse to journey onward. We exist in the threshold between physical and spiritual realms. I understand much that living wizards do not, though my knowledge comes at the cost of never truly living nor completely dying." She circled him thoughtfully. "In the restricted section, there is a small volume bound in nightshade-treated leather, Magic Most Metaphysical, by Alabaster Thorn. It contains a chapter on soul anchors and fragmentations that might address your academic interests. The restricted section is forbidden to me, Harry said. Is it? The Grey Lady's smile turned mysterious. Hogwarts has many secrets, young seeker. Those who ask properly may find doors opening to them. She began drifting away. Seek the room where things are hidden. Ask for what you need with clarity of purpose. Before Harry could question her further, she had vanished through the opposite wall. Quest updated, The Fractured Soul, new information, reference to soul anchors and specific text, new objective, locate the room where things are hidden, recommendation, explore 7th floor corridors. The next morning, Harry awoke with fresh determination. After his scheduled lessons with Professor Flitwick, who was teaching him the theory of simple charms like Lumos and Wingardium Leviosa, Harry set out to find the room the Grey Lady had mentioned. His system's recommendation led him to the 7th floor, where he systematically explored the corridors during free periods over several days. The breakthrough came when he overheard Filch, the cantankerous caretaker, muttering about that vanishing storage room near a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance ballet. That evening, Harry slipped away to the corridor in question. The tapestry was easy to find, but there was no visible door nearby. Remembering the Grey Lady's words about asking properly, Harry closed his eyes. I need to find the room where things are hidden, he said clearly, focusing his intent just as he did when using his magical skills. Nothing happened. Harry tried again, walking along the corridor while focusing on his need. As he passed the blank wall opposite the tapestry for the third time, a tingling sensation washed over him. Hidden magic detected, ancient concealment charm responding to intent, classification, room of requirement. Before his eyes, an ornate door materialized in the previously blank wall. Heart pounding with excitement, Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The space beyond was vast and cathedral-like, filled with thousands of objects, furniture, books, contraband items, and treasures, accumulated over what must have been centuries. Towering piles created a maze of narrow aisles that stretched farther than seemed physically possible. I need to find Magic Most Metaphysical, by Alabaster Thorn, Harry stated firmly. A gentle tugging sensation pulled him forward, guiding him through the labyrinthine space. After several minutes of navigating the maze, he arrived at a small alcove containing a reading desk and chair. On the desk lay a leather-bound volume with a title embossed in tarnished silver, exactly the book he'd requested. Harry sat and opened the ancient text carefully. Much of it was written in archaic language that challenged even his enhanced intelligence, but the chapter on soul magic was mercifully more accessible. The fragmentation of one's soul, he read, is among the vilest acts possible through magical means. Unlike natural soul division that occurs through profound spiritual communion, as in the case of twins or profound love bonds, forced fragmentation requires an act so heinous it tears the very fabric of one's spiritual essence, the deliberate taking of innocent life. Harry's blood ran cold as he continued reading about Horcruxes, receptacles containing soul fragments, anchoring the original creator to the mortal plane even if their body was destroyed. The implications were staggering. If the fragment in his scar was what he now suspected, a piece of Voldemort's soul accidentally embedded when the killing curse rebounded, then the Dark Wizard wasn't truly dead, merely disembodied. Quest updated, The Fractured Soul, critical information acquired, theory, scar contains possible unintentional Horcrux, warning, soul fragment may provide connection to creator. The book described no easy method of removing such a fragment without destroying the host. Traditional Horcrux destruction involved basilisk venom, fiend fire, or other highly destructive forces, none applicable to a living host. However, one passage offered a glimmer of hope. Eastern magical traditions speak of soul purification rituals that separate foreign spiritual influences from the primary essence. The Temple of Celestial Balance in Tibet reportedly conducted such cleansings for those possessed by malevolent spirits. The ritual requires exceptional magical focus and the voluntary surrender of the invading essence, a near impossibility with deliberate Horcruxes but perhaps achievable with accidental soul adhesions. Harry carefully copied this information into a small notebook he'd taken to carrying, then returned the book to its place. As he left the room of requirement, his mind raced with possibilities. He needed to find more information about these purification rituals without alerting Dumbledore or others to the Horcrux within him. New skill tree available, soul magic, warning, high-risk specialization, requirements, level 15, wisdom 15, intelligence 15, currently locked, focus, Mr. Potter. The movement is a swish and flick, not a wave and jab. Professor Flitwick's squeaky voice pulled Harry back to the present moment. They were practicing the wand movement for Wingardium Leviosa using practice wands, carved wood without magical cores that couldn't actually cast spells. Sorry, Professor, Harry apologized, correcting his motion. His mind had been preoccupied with soul magic research since discovering the Horcrux theory. That's better, Flitwick approved. You have good coordination, Mr. Potter, but your concentration has been wandering today. Harry nodded, acknowledging the fair criticism. I've had trouble sleeping, he said, which wasn't untrue. The knowledge that he potentially carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul had made rest difficult. Flitwick's expression softened. Understandable, given the enormous changes in your life recently. Perhaps we should end early today. He hopped down from his stack of books. There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you anyway. The diminutive professor led Harry to his office, a cozy space filled with curious magical instruments and shelves of books reaching to the ceiling. Tea. Flitwick offered, waving his wand to set a kettle boiling. Yes, please, Harry accepted, curious about this unexpected meeting. Flitwick prepared 2 cups with precise movements before settling into a chair sized for his small stature. Mr. Potter, I've been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 50 years. In that time, I've encountered perhaps a dozen students I would classify as prodigies. He sipped his tea thoughtfully. But none who demonstrated your particular pattern of abilities. Harry tensed slightly. What do you mean, Professor? Your wandless magic is exceptional, yes, but it's the nature of your learning process that intrigues me. Flitwick leaned forward. Most magical children learn through imitation and gradual internalization of concepts. You, however, seem to approach magic as a system with rules and parameters to be understood and manipulated. Caution advised, subject approaching system awareness, recommended response, acknowledge systematic thinking without revealing system interface. Harry nodded cautiously. I've always tried to understand how things work. With the Dursleys, knowing patterns and rules helped me avoid trouble. A survival adaptation that serves you well in magical learning, Flitwick observed. However, such a methodical approach might miss the intuitive aspects of magical practice. Magic is not merely mathematical or systematic, it responds to emotion, intent, and even the unconscious mind. Is that bad? Harry asked. Not at all. Simply different, and potentially complementary to traditional methods. Flitwick's eyes twinkled. I mention this because I believe you might benefit from certain supplementary readings not typically offered to first-year students, or summer guests. He flicked his wand, and a small book flew from a high shelf into Harry's hands, Magical Theory, Beyond Practicality, by Adalbert Waffling. This text explores the theoretical frameworks underpinning various magical disciplines. It might help bridge your systematic approach with the more intuitive aspects of spellcasting. Harry examined the book with genuine interest. Thank you, Professor. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Flitwick's voice lowered conspiratorially. Professor Snape may not be the most encouraging instructor. However, his observations regarding your magical signature are not without merit. There are indeed unusual patterns in your core that warrant investigation, though perhaps not in the manner he suggests. What do you think it means? Harry asked, heart racing slightly. That remains to be seen. But I would caution you to proceed carefully with your self-directed studies. Magic performed without proper understanding can have unforeseen consequences. Flitwick smiled kindly. That said, your abilities are a gift, Mr. Potter. One I believe your parents would have been proud to witness. Ally identified, Phileas Flitwick, trust level, moderate, potential mentor for charm specialization, recommendation, cultivate relationship while maintaining appropriate secrets, July 31st arrived with unexpected fanfare. Harry woke to find his room decorated with floating balloons that changed color every few seconds and a banner proclaiming, Happy 7th birthday, Harry. In letters that occasionally rearranged themselves into different congratulatory messages. Nipsey the house elf appeared with a special breakfast tray featuring a small cake with 7 candles. Happy birthday, young Master Potter. Headmaster Dumbledore has returned and requests young Master's presence in the Great Hall after breakfast for celebrations. Harry stared in astonishment. He'd never had a proper birthday celebration before. The Dursleys had either ignored the day entirely or, at best, tossed him a used envelope or old sock as a gift. As he prepared for the day, Harry checked his progress on the summer's primary quest. Arcane Education, Master 5 basic spells before your 7th birthday, progress, 4 out of 5 complete, mastered, Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, Alohomora, Reparo, incomplete, 1 more spell required, time remaining, today only. He'd been making excellent progress through theoretical study and careful practice in private. The system recognized magical mastery based on his ability to perform spells consistently without a wand, something he'd kept hidden from his teachers, pretending to struggle with the practice wand like any normal child would. To complete the quest today, he'd need to master 1 more spell. The most promising candidate was the basic shielding charm, Protego, which he'd been studying from Flitwick's recommended book. It was advanced for his age, which would make success more impressive to the system, but also riskier to attempt on a day when he'd be under close observation. The Great Hall was decorated for a small but cheerful gathering. Hagrid had outdone himself with an enormous cake shaped like Hogwarts castle, complete with tiny moving figures walking the battlements. Professor McGonagall had transfigured a collection of dancing animal figurines as a gift, while Flitwick charmed a set of self-reading storybooks about famous wizards and witches. Even Dumbledore had returned from his international duties, presenting Harry with a curious silver instrument that whirred and emitted small puffs of colored smoke. A thought collector, the headmaster explained. When ideas become too numerous or overwhelming, simply touch your wand to your temple, or in your case, focus your intent similarly, and draw the excess thoughts into the basin. They remain accessible but no longer cloud immediate thinking. Harry recognized the thoughtfulness of this gift. Whether Dumbledore suspected his mental struggles with the soul fragment or simply observed his tendency toward intense concentration, the tool addressed a real need. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. It's perfect. Only Snape remained aloof, offering no gift but observing the proceedings with his usual inscrutable expression. As the small party continued, Harry noticed an unfamiliar witch conversing quietly with Dumbledore by the staff table. She wore elegant robes of midnight blue and carried herself with aristocratic bearing, though her warm smile as she glanced toward Harry seemed genuine. Dumbledore eventually brought her over. Harry, may I introduce Madame Augusta Longbottom, Regent of the noble house of Longbottom and member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Augusta, Harry Potter. The elderly witch studied Harry with keen eyes. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Your parents and my son and daughter-in-law were friends. They fought together in the last war. It's nice to meet you too, Madame Longbottom, Harry replied, noting the past tense when she spoke of her son. Do you have other family at Hogwarts? My grandson Neville will begin here when you do, she said. He's just a day older than you, in fact. I've encouraged Albus to arrange a meeting between you two before summer's end. Children should have friends their own age, even exceptional ones. Harry nodded eagerly. The idea of meeting another magical child his age was appealing after weeks with only adults for company. As Augusta moved away to speak with McGonagall, Harry's system activated unexpectedly. Political alliance opportunity, House Longbottom, ancient and noble house, potential ally, Neville Longbottom, recommendation, cultivate friendship for mutual benefit. This new political aspect of the system was intriguing. Harry had noticed similar notifications when interacting with professors who held positions of influence. It seemed his growing wisdom and charisma attributes were opening new strategic awareness. The celebration continued with a magical scavenger hunt around the castle's safe areas, culminating in an impromptu Quidditch lesson from Madame Hooch, who had arrived specifically for the occasion. Despite never having flown before, Harry found his enhanced dexterity made broomstick control surprisingly intuitive. New skill unlocked, broom flight, level 1, natural aptitude detected, potential specialization path available at higher levels. By evening, Harry was pleasantly exhausted from what had truly been the best day of his life. As the gathering dispersed, Dumbledore drew him aside for a private word. "I trust you've enjoyed your birthday, Harry." "Very much, sir. Thank you for arranging it all." Dumbledore smiled gently. "You are most welcome. I confess I feel a certain responsibility to ensure your childhood contains appropriate joy, given the challenges you faced." His blue eyes seemed to look straight through Harry. "Your progress this summer has been remarkable. Professor McGonagall reports that you've absorbed first-year theoretical material at an astonishing rate, while Professor Flitwick praises your precision with practice wand movements." "I enjoy learning, sir," Harry said simply. "Indeed. Such enthusiasm is commendable." Dumbledore stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "I had initially planned for you to return to your relatives after this educational assessment, with arrangements for weekly magical tutoring. However, certain concerns about your home environment have been raised." Harry's heart leapt with hope. "I'd prefer to stay at Hogwarts, sir, if that's possible. Unfortunately, school regulations prohibit year-round student residence, even in exceptional cases." Dumbledore's expression turned serious. "The blood protection at your aunt's home remains vital, Harry. Voldemort's followers still pose a threat, particularly to someone of your symbolic importance to our world." Harry felt his hopes crashing down. Return to the Dursleys? After experiencing Hogwarts? However, Dumbledore continued, there may be a compromise. Augusta Longbottom has proposed that you spend the remainder of summer at Longbottom Manor, getting acquainted with your future classmate Neville while continuing your supervised magical education. The Longbottom estate has considerable magical protections, and Augusta herself is a formidable witch. Would I have to go back to the Dursleys after that? Harry asked cautiously. For now, yes, though perhaps with modified arrangements. The blood protection requires you to call their house home, but the duration of your stay might be negotiable. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Legal guardianship is a complex matter, Harry, especially for someone of your status. Rest assured, I am exploring options that maintain your safety while ensuring more appropriate care. This wasn't perfect, but it represented significant progress. Harry nodded his acceptance of the compromise. Excellent, Dumbledore said. You'll depart for Longbottom Manor next week. In the meantime, continue your studies, though perhaps allow yourself some birthday relaxation this evening. After Dumbledore left, Harry returned to his quarters with mixed emotions. The prospect of meeting Neville and experiencing another wizarding household was exciting, but the eventual return to Privet Drive loomed like a shadow. Once alone, Harry decided to complete his quest by mastering the Protego shield charm. He'd studied the theory extensively and practiced the wand movement with his practice wand under Flitwick's guidance. Now he needed to channel his magic through focused intent, his specialty. Standing in the center of his room, Harry closed his eyes and visualized the magical barrier forming around him. According to his reading, the shield should manifest as a transparent, slightly iridescent dome of protective energy. Protego, he whispered, focusing his intent not on the word itself but the concept of protection, defense, and safety. The first attempt produced only a faint shimmer in the air. The second created a partial shield that dissipated almost immediately. By the fifth try, Harry was sweating with effort, his magic power dropping steadily. Protego attempt, progress, 60%, magic power, August 25, recommendation, rest and restore magic before continuing. Ignoring the recommendation, Harry pushed harder, drawing on his deepening understanding of magical theory. The shield wasn't just about blocking, it was about creating a boundary that recognized and repelled harmful intent. The key was defining what constituted harmful clearly in his mind. On the seventh attempt, something clicked. A transparent dome of energy expanded outward from Harry's core, encasing him in protective magic that hummed with stability. Spell mastered, Protego, level 1, shield strength, basic, duration, 10 seconds, magic power cost, 5 initial, 1 per second maintained, quest completed, arcane education, master 5 basic spells before your 7th birthday, reward, special class feature, 100 XP, level up. Level 6 Level 7, all attributes +1, new attribute points available, 2, magic power increased, 25-30, health increased, 30-35, special class feature unlocked, magical specialization. As an arcane prodigy, you may now select your first specialization path. Options, elemental affinity, enhanced control over a chosen elemental force battle magic, improved combat spells and defensive capabilities mind arts, advanced mental magic including occlumency/legilimency runic integration. Ability to incorporate runes into spellcasting. Harry examined each option carefully. Elemental affinity seemed powerful but potentially flashy and difficult to hide. Battle magic might raise questions about his intentions. Runic integration sounded fascinating but would require extensive additional study. The mind arts, however, offered immediate practical benefit, protection against Snape's legilimency and possibly a way to better understand and control the soul fragment in his scar. Mind arts specialization selected, occlumency skill unlocked, level 1, mental protection upgraded to passive shield, mental intrusion automatically detected and resisted, new active skill, mind organization, organize thoughts into protected compartments. Improves memory recall and emotional control. This new development felt like a significant milestone. Harry was no longer just learning individual spells or techniques, he was developing a specialized magical identity, growing into a wizard with unique capabilities. As he prepared for bed, physically tired but mentally energized, Harry reflected on how far he'd come in just a few months. From a powerless child in a cupboard to a level 7 arcane prodigy with a magical specialization, from isolation to potential friendships and alliances in the wizarding world. Yet challenges remained. The Horcrux in his scar. The eventual return to the Dursleys. The political complexities of being the boy who lived. And most pressing, the imminent transition to Longbottom Manor, where he would need to carefully balance showing enough ability to maintain his education while concealing his true capabilities. New quest, political foundations, build strategic alliances within the wizarding world, current objective, establish positive relationship with House Longbottom, reward, expanded network of supporters, reduced dependency on Dumbledore. Sleep claimed Harry with dreams of shields and protections, of allies standing beside him, and of a future where he controlled his own destiny rather than being controlled by others' expectations. Longbottom Manor stood on extensive ground surrounded by ancient woodlands. The house itself was a grand Tudor-style mansion with climbing roses adorning its facade and peacocks strutting across immaculately maintained lawns. As Harry stepped out of the ministry car that had transported him from Hogsmeade Village, he felt a tingle of magical protections washing over him, assessing and then accepting his presence. Augusta Longbottom awaited on the front steps, today wearing forest green robes and her distinctive vulture-topped hat. Beside her stood a round-faced boy who seemed to be trying to make himself as small as possible despite his slightly chubby build. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Mr. Potter," Augusta greeted him formally. "This is my grandson, Neville." Hello," Neville managed, his eyes wide with apparent awe. "It's nice to meet you, Harry." Harry smiled, immediately recognizing a kindred spirit in the nervous boy. "It's great to meet you too, Neville. Thanks for having me stay." Magical signature analysis, Neville Longbottom, core type, earth affinity, current power, moderate but inconsistent, potential, significant, partially blocked, emotional state, anxious, self-doubting. The system's assessment intrigued Harry. Neville appeared to have magical potential that wasn't being fully expressed, something Harry immediately felt drawn to help with, if possible. Augusta led them into a grand entrance hall adorned with ancestral portraits who murmured and pointed as Harry passed. "Neville will show you to your room, Mr. Potter. Once you've settled, join us in the conservatory for lunch." As the boys climbed the sweeping staircase, Neville spoke in hesitant bursts. "Gran's been really excited about you visiting. Cleaned the East Wing guest suite herself, well, supervised the elves doing it. She doesn't usually bother for most visitors." "I appreciate it," Harry said. "I've never stayed anywhere so grand before." "Really?" Neville seemed surprised. "I thought, well, everyone says you must have grown up in some special magical place, being Harry Potter and all." Harry laughed softly. "No, quite the opposite. I lived with my Muggle aunt and uncle who—" He paused, considering how to phrase it, "aren't very fond of magic." "Or me, really." Neville looked shocked. "That's awful. I mean, you're Harry Potter." "Just Harry, really," he corrected gently. "The boy who lived stuff, that's not really me. Just something that happened when I was a baby." They reached an elegantly appointed bedroom that would have fit the Dursleys' entire downstairs. Neville hovered awkwardly in the doorway while Harry set down his small bag, containing the few possessions from Hogwarts plus some clothes Dumbledore had arranged. "Do you like plants?" Neville asked suddenly. "I worked in my aunt's garden a lot," Harry replied. "I recently discovered I have a bit of an affinity for them, actually." Neville's face lit up. "Really? I love herbology. Gran's letting me maintain my own greenhouse section. Would you like to see it after lunch?" And just like that, the ice was broken. Over the next several days, Harry and Neville fell into an easy friendship built on shared interests and complementary personalities. Where Harry was strategic and increasingly confident, Neville was thoughtful and unfailingly kind. Both boys carried burdens of expectation, Harry as the boy who lived, Neville as heir to a prestigious family with a formidable legacy. Augusta maintained a strict schedule of activities that balanced education, recreation, and what she called proper wizarding social development. Mornings involved lessons in magical theory, wizarding history, and etiquette. Afternoons allowed for supervised practical activities, Neville in his greenhouse, Harry practicing with his practice wand under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall, who visited 3 times weekly. Most valuable to Harry were the evening discussions in Augusta's study, where she explained wizarding politics and society in terms both boys could understand. "The Wizengamot functions as both our high court and legislative body," she explained during one such session. "Seats are held by the ancient and noble houses, Order of Merlin recipients, and ministry department heads. Your father's family, Harry, the Potters, held a hereditary seat which is currently in abeyance until you come of age." "So I'll have political responsibilities eventually?" Harry asked. "Indeed. Which is why understanding alliances and factions is essential from an early age." Augusta's expression grew serious. "The war may have ended, but its political aftermath continues. Many who supported you know who quietly retained their positions and influence through claims of being under the Imperius curse or by strategic donations." "Like the Malfoys," Neville muttered, then looked embarrassed at his outburst. Augusta nodded approvingly. "Precisely, Neville. Lucius Malfoy exemplifies this approach, claiming bewitchment while using his considerable fortune to cultivate ministry allies." She turned to Harry. "His son Draco is your age. You'll meet at Hogwarts, where I expect he'll attempt to establish influence over you due to your status." Harry absorbed this information with growing interest. The system regularly updated his political awareness now, cataloging names and connections like pieces on a chessboard. Political landscape updated, faction, traditional pure blood, key figures, Malfoy, Nott, Parkinson, Goyle, Crabbe, alignment, former Voldemort supporters, blood supremacy, faction, progressive, key figures, Dumbledore, Bones, Longbottom, Weasley, alignment, Muggle protection, integration, equality, faction, neutral/mercantile, key figures, Greengrass, Davis, Zabini, alignment, self-interest, stability, commerce, your political position, symbolic leader, boy who lived, without. Activated power base, current guardian, Albus Dumbledore, unofficial, potential allies, Longbottom, growing, Bones, connection through Augusta. Augusta continued her informal political education throughout Harry's stay, sometimes joined by allies like Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose niece Susan was also their age. Meanwhile, Harry continued developing his abilities in private. Each night after Neville was asleep, Harry practiced his mind arts specialization, building mental shields and organizing his thoughts into protected compartments. His occlumency grew stronger, giving him confidence that he could now resist casual mental intrusions. He also discovered that his plant affinity skill complemented Neville's natural herbology talent, creating opportunities to help his friend gain confidence. When they worked together in the greenhouse, Harry subtly channeled his magic to support Neville's efforts, making plants respond more vigorously to the other boys' care. "You really do have a way with them," Neville observed one afternoon as they successfully repotted a particularly temperamental Flutterby bush. "Most people can't get near these without them going into shock." Harry smiled. "I think they respond to your calm approach. You don't rush or force them." The genuine praise made Neville stand a little straighter. "Gran says I'm too gentle for my own good. That I need to be more assertive like my father was." "Different strengths for different situations," Harry replied thoughtfully. "Being gentle with plants is exactly what makes you good with them. Maybe instead of trying to be more like your father, you could focus on being the best version of yourself." Neville looked startled, then thoughtful. "No one's ever put it that way before." This moment marked a turning point in their friendship. Neville began opening up about the pressure he felt living in the shadow of his parents, both former Aurors who had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters when he was just a baby. There in St. Mungo's long-term care ward, he confided one evening as they sat in the manor's small astronomy tower, watching stars. "Alive but, not really there anymore. Gran takes me to visit every month, but they don't recognize me." Harry felt a deep connection to Neville's loss, different from his own but equally profound. "I sometimes try to remember my parents' voices," he admitted. "I think sometimes I can almost hear my mom, especially when I'm half asleep." This exchange cemented a bond between them that transcended their initial awkwardness. By mid-August, they functioned like brothers, with their own private jokes and shared activities. Augusta noticed the change in both boys. "Remarkable," she commented to Professor McGonagall during one of her visits. "Neville's confidence has improved more in 3 weeks than in years of my encouragement, or demands, as he likely sees them." McGonagall nodded. "And Mr. Potter seems more, appropriately childlike. At Hogwarts, he maintained a certain wariness that, while understandable given his upbringing, was concerning in one so young." "They balance each other well," Augusta agreed. "Potter's confidence encourages Neville, while Neville's genuine goodness prevents Potter from becoming isolated in his exceptional abilities." This assessment, which Harry accidentally overheard while retrieving a book from the library, gave him much to consider. His system had classified Neville as a potential political ally, but their friendship had become something far more valuable, a genuine connection based on mutual understanding and support. Relationship update: Neville Longbottom, status, true friend, rare classification, benefits, absolute loyalty, emotional support, mutual growth. Note: relationship transcends strategic value. The notification surprised Harry. His system had never before indicated that something transcended strategic value. It was an unexpected development that made him reconsider the nature of the system itself. Perhaps it was learning and evolving alongside him, recognizing human connections that defied mere utility. August waned, and with it, Harry's time at Longbottom Manor drew to a close. Despite his dread of returning to Privet Drive, he felt fundamentally transformed by his summer experiences. He had gained knowledge, allies, and most importantly, a true friend in Neville. On their final evening together, Augusta called both boys to her study. The normally austere room had been made cozier with a cheerful fire and comfortable chairs pulled close together. "I wish to speak with you both before Mr. Potter's departure tomorrow," she began, her usual formality softened slightly. "This summer has proven educational in unexpected ways." She turned to Neville first. "Grandson, I have observed significant growth in your confidence and magical control. Your work with the venomous tentacula last week showed particular promise." Neville blushed at the rare praise. "Thank you, Gran. Mr. Potter," Augusta continued, "your influence on Neville has been most beneficial. Moreover, your own progress under Minerva's tutelage has been exemplary. Which brings me to the purpose of this meeting." She retrieved a formal-looking document from her desk. "I have petitioned the Ministry, with Dumbledore's support, to establish a modified guardianship arrangement for you, Mr. Potter." Harry's breath caught. "Modified guardianship? The blood protection through your mother's sister remains necessary, according to Dumbledore. However, legal provisions can be made for extended stays away from that residence." Augusta's expression showed rare emotion. No magical child should grow up ignorant of their heritage or subjected to unsuitable conditions. "What does this mean exactly?" Harry asked, hardly daring to hope. "It means, Mr. Potter, that while you must return to your relatives for approximately 1 month each summer to maintain the blood protections, you will otherwise reside here at Longbottom Manor as my ward until you begin at Hogwarts next year." Harry felt as though a massive weight had lifted from his shoulders. Not complete freedom from the Dursleys, but a dramatic reduction in his time there. "Additionally," Augusta continued, "I have arranged for both of you to receive proper tutoring in magical theory, wizarding customs, and preliminary wand movements during the coming year. You will be better prepared for Hogwarts than most of your future classmates." Neville looked as stunned as Harry felt. "Both of us, Gran? Together? Indeed. You work well together, and healthy competition encourages growth." Her stern expression returned briefly. "I expect dedicated effort from both of you." "Yes, ma'am," both boys chorused, exchanging excited glances. "One final matter," Augusta said, her voice growing serious. "Mr. Potter, while at your relative's home, you must exercise extreme caution with your magical abilities. The trace, the Ministry's method of detecting underage magic, becomes active at age 7, which you now are. Accidental magic is overlooked, but deliberate casting will trigger Ministry intervention." Harry nodded, though inwardly he wondered if his system-based abilities would register the same way as normal magic. He'd need to experiment carefully. "Now, off to bed, both of you. Tomorrow will be a full day." As they climbed the stairs toward their respective rooms, Neville turned to Harry with uncharacteristic assertiveness. "It won't be forever, you know. Just a month with them, then you'll be back here." "I know," Harry said, genuinely appreciative of the encouragement. "And we'll write while I'm there." "Every day if you want," Neville promised. "Gran got me a new owl last week, said it was to help me maintain appropriate social correspondence, which I think means she wants me to make more friends before Hogwarts." Harry laughed. "Well, you've got one solid friend already." That night, alone in his room, Harry conducted a thorough system review, cataloging his progress over the summer and planning for the month ahead at Privet Drive. Name, Harry James Potter, age, 7, class, Arcane Prodigy, Mind Art Specialist, level, 8, experience, 320 out of 800, magic power, 35/35, regeneration, 3 per hour, health, 40/40, strength, 4, dexterity, 5, intelligence, 11, wisdom, 11, charisma, 5, available attribute points, 2. He'd reached level 8 during his time at Longbottom Manor, primarily through consistent practice and completing small quests related to his education and political awareness. His mind arts specialization had grown to include level 3 occlumency and level 2 mind organization, providing significant protection against detection of his abilities. Harry allocated his available attribute points to intelligence and wisdom, bringing both to 12, a significant milestone according to the system. Attributes updated: intelligence, 1112, wisdom, 1112, mental threshold reached, advanced cognitive processing unlocked, thought speed increased by 15%, memory retention improved by 20%, complex pattern recognition enhanced. This cognitive enhancement would help him manage the challenges ahead, particularly navigating his return to the Dursleys while maintaining his secret practice and dealing with the Horcrux in his scar, which he still hadn't found a solution for. Quest updated: the fractured soul, research continues, new strategy, utilize enhanced mind organization to better contain foreign influence, objective, reach mind arts level 5 to access deeper soul interaction. As Harry drifted towards sleep, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just a few months. From a neglected child in a cupboard to a wizard with growing powers, political connections, and a true friend. The system had been his initial guide, but he now realized that his growth extended beyond its parameters into realms it simply catalogued rather than created: emotional bonds, ethical choices, and his emerging identity not just as the boy who lived, but as Harry Potter, a person with agency and purpose. The month at Privet Drive would be challenging, but no longer defining. It was simply one more step on a journey that had already taken him further than he could have imagined when he first discovered his magical system just after his 6th birthday. And beyond that month lay Longbottom Manor again, then Hogwarts, and a future increasingly of his own making. Number 4 Privet Drive looked smaller than Harry remembered. As the ministry car pulled away, leaving him standing on the immaculately ordinary suburban sidewalk, he felt like a different person returning to a photograph rather than a home. Uncle Vernon opened the door before Harry could knock, his expression a mixture of annoyance and wariness. "You're back then," he grunted. "Get inside before the neighbors see you." The house was unchanged, spotlessly clean, aggressively normal, and filled with even more photos of Dudley than before. Aunt Petunia emerged from the kitchen, lips pressed into a thin line. "Your headmaster person said you'd be with us for just a month this time," she said stiffly. "That's right," Harry confirmed. "I'll be staying with the Longbottoms after that until school starts next year." Uncle Vernon's face purpled slightly. "Convenient arrangement for you, isn't it? Getting out of living with the people who've raised you all these years." Harry bit back a retort about their version of raising him. Antagonizing the Dursleys wouldn't improve his month with them. "Where will I be sleeping?" he asked instead. "Same cupboard," Vernon began, but Petunia cut him off. "Dudley's second bedroom," she said quickly. The letter from that man was very specific about proper accommodations. Vernon looked like he wanted to argue but merely grunted again. "Take your things up then. And no funny business. They told us you're not allowed to do any of that unnaturalness outside that freak school." "I understand the rules, Uncle Vernon," Harry said evenly, picking up his small bag. Dudley's second bedroom had been hastily cleared of broken toys and discarded items, though dust outlines on the shelves showed where objects had been recently removed. A bed, desk, and wardrobe, all clearly second-hand but functional, had been added. The window had bars on the outside, a detail that made Harry's jaw clench momentarily before he controlled his reaction. Dursley residence assessment: minimal standards met, likely due to external pressure, security level low, no meaningful protections beyond blood wards, threat level from occupants minimal, fear constrains potential abuse, recommended approach, compliance in visible areas, strategic autonomy in private. The assessment matched Harry's own thoughts. The Dursleys clearly feared what that man, presumably Dumbledore, might do if they mistreated him overtly. This gave Harry a degree of protection and freedom he hadn't previously enjoyed in this house. Dinner that evening was a tense affair. Dudley stared at Harry with a mixture of fear and curiosity, while Vernon and Petunia maintained a rigid pretense that nothing unusual had happened. Harry was served a normal portion, another change from before, though no one addressed him directly throughout the meal. After dinner, Harry retreated to his new bedroom and wrote his promised letter to Neville, detailing his arrival and the awkward reception. Writing to a friend about his situation made it more bearable somehow, transforming the experience from something to be endured alone into a temporary challenge shared with someone who cared. The following days established a wary routine. The Dursleys largely ignored Harry except to assign basic chores, significantly fewer than before, while Harry spent most of his time in his room reading the educational materials Augusta had provided and practicing his mind arts in private. His system had been correct about the trace. Careful experimentation revealed that his system-channeled abilities didn't trigger ministry detection, likely because they operated differently from standard spell casting. This gave Harry the freedom to continue developing his skills, though he remained cautious, working primarily on subtle abilities like occlumency and mind organization that left no external evidence. A week into his stay, an unexpected opportunity arose when Aunt Petunia announced that the family would be visiting Aunt Marge for the weekend. "You'll stay with Mrs. Figg," she informed Harry over breakfast. "We leave tomorrow morning." Harry remembered the elderly cat-loving neighbor who had occasionally watched him before. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Later that day, as Harry was weeding the garden, a task he now completed with subtle assistance from his plant affinity skill, he noticed something unusual. A tabby cat sat on the garden wall, watching him with unnatural intensity. What made this particularly remarkable was the cat's rigid posture and the distinctive markings around its eyes that resembled square spectacles. Magical entity detected, animagus form, high probability, Minerva McGonagall, purpose, monitoring/protection. Harry continued gardening as though he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but inwardly he felt a surge of appreciation. Dumbledore or Augusta had apparently arranged for discreet supervision during his time with the Dursleys. The weekend with Mrs. Figg proved unexpectedly enlightening. Without the Dursleys present, the elderly woman's demeanor changed subtly. She still showed him cat photos and served stale cake, but her eyes followed him with careful assessment rather than mere dutiful observation. On the second evening, as Harry helped wash dishes after dinner, he decided to test a theory. "Mrs. Figg," he said casually, "have you always lived near wizards, or is it just coincidence you're near me?" The plate she was drying clattered to the counter. "What did you say, dear?" she asked, voice suddenly tense. "It's all right," Harry assured her. "I know about magic now. I spent the summer at Hogwarts and Longbottom Manor." Mrs. Figg sighed deeply, shoulders sagging. "Well, thank heavens for that. Do you know how difficult it's been all these years, watching those horrible people mistreat you and not being able to tell you anything?" She shook her head. "Dumbledore's orders, absolute secrecy until you received your Hogwarts letter. Nearly killed me sometimes." "You're a witch?" Harry asked. "A squib, dear. Born to magical parents but without magic myself. Enough connection to the wizarding world to see magical things muggles can't, but can't cast spells." She looked at him with new openness. "Dumbledore placed me here to keep an eye on you. Report any signs of serious abuse or magical outbursts." This confirmed what Harry had begun to suspect. His placement with the Dursleys had been more calculated than it initially appeared, with multiple layers of monitoring and control established by Dumbledore. "Did you report the cupboard?" he asked quietly. Mrs. Figg looked genuinely distressed. "I did, dear, multiple times. Dumbledore said there were complex factors I didn't understand. Protection spells that needed to be maintained." She reached out and patted his hand awkwardly. "I never agreed with it, for what that's worth." The conversation shifted Harry's perspective on his childhood surveillance. Mrs. Figg hadn't been merely a quirky neighbor but a reluctant participant in a protection system she herself questioned. Quest updated, political foundations, new information, Dumbledore established monitoring network, subject, Arabella Figg, loyalty, primarily to Dumbledore but sympathetic to you, potential resource for independent communication channel. The remainder of Harry's stay with Mrs. Figg was considerably more pleasant now that they could speak openly. She shared stories about the wizarding world from a squib's perspective, the prejudice and limitations she'd faced, but also the wonders she could perceive without participating in directly. When the Dursleys returned Sunday evening, they seemed almost disappointed to find Harry in good spirits. The remaining weeks of his stay passed with increasing detachment on all sides. The Dursleys maintained minimal interaction, while Harry focused on his studies and correspondence with Neville, counting down days until his departure. On his final evening at Privet Drive, Aunt Petunia approached Harry as he read in his room. She stood awkwardly in the doorway, thin arms crossed defensively. "You'll be leaving tomorrow," she stated unnecessarily. "Yes, Aunt Petunia. Mr. Longbottom will pick me up at 10. She nodded stiffly, then seemed to struggle with something before speaking again. "Your mother, when she first went to that school, she changed. Came back different each summer. More distant. More, like them." Harry set his book aside, surprised by this unprecedented mention of his mother. "Different how?" Petunia's lips tightened. "As though normal life wasn't good enough anymore. As though we weren't good enough." A flash of old pain crossed her features. "By her final year, we barely spoke. Then she married that Potter and disappeared into their world completely. Until Voldemort came after them," Harry said quietly. Petunia flinched at the name. "Yes. Until then." She straightened, regaining her usual pinched expression. "I don't approve of any of it, the magic, that school, any of it. But I did what was asked of me. I kept you alive. Remember that." Before Harry could respond, she turned and left, closing the door firmly behind her. Quest updated, hidden heritage, new perspective on family dynamics acquired. Petunia Dursley, motivated by complex mixture of jealousy, fear, and reluctant family obligation. Harry pondered this unexpected exchange as he finished packing his few belongings. Petunia's bitterness clearly stemmed from feeling abandoned by her sister, rejected in favor of the magical world that Petunia couldn't access. It didn't excuse her treatment of Harry, but it provided context he hadn't previously considered. The next morning, precisely at 10, a polite knock sounded at the front door. Harry opened it to find not Augusta as expected, but Neville and an elderly wizard in formal robes. "Harry!" Neville exclaimed, breaking into a broad smile. "Ready to go?" "More than ready," Harry confirmed, grabbing his bag. The elderly wizard bowed slightly. "Algernon Longbottom, Mr. Potter. Augusta's brother-in-law. I'll be handling your transportation today." Uncle Vernon appeared in the hallway, eyeing the visitors suspiciously but maintaining a wary distance. "Taking him off our hands again, are you? Good. Been nothing but trouble all these years." Mr. Longbottom raised an eyebrow. "Indeed? How fortunate, then, that alternative arrangements have been made for young Mr. Potter's care. Rest assured, your involvement will be limited to the minimum necessary for maintaining certain protections." Vernon's face reddened at the barely concealed contempt in the wizard's tone, but self-preservation kept him silent. Harry turned to his relatives one last time. "Goodbye, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia. I'll see you next summer." Petunia nodded stiffly from the kitchen doorway, while Vernon merely grunted. Dudley was nowhere to be seen, likely hiding upstairs. Once outside, Mr. Longbottom led them to a secluded spot behind some bushes. "We'll be traveling by Portkey," he explained, producing an old pocket watch. "Simply touch the object, and it will transport us directly to Longbottom Manor." When both boys had placed a finger on the watch, Mr. Longbottom activated it with a tap of his wand. Harry felt a jerking sensation behind his navel, and Privet Drive disappeared in a swirl of color and motion. They landed on the manicured lawn of Longbottom Manor, Harry stumbling slightly while Neville and Mr. Longbottom remained perfectly steady. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," Augusta Longbottom said, approaching from the manor's entrance. "I trust your time with your relatives was tolerable." "It was much better than before, Madam Longbottom," Harry replied honestly. "Thank you for arranging everything. She nodded approvingly. Well then. Let us proceed with more pleasant matters. Your education resumes tomorrow, but today we celebrate your return and the beginning of a new chapter. As Harry followed the Longbottoms into the manor, he felt a profound sense of transition. The month at Privet Drive had been a necessary concession to blood magic and legal guardianship, but it no longer defined him. Ahead lay a year of preparation, strengthening his abilities and political foundations before Hogwarts. Quest completed, Political Foundations, Phase 1, Alliance with House Longbottom established, Alternative Guardian secured, Reward, Increased independence from Dumbledore's direct control, 100 XP, Level up. Level 8 Level 9, All attributes +1, New attribute points available, 2, Magic power increased, 35-40, Health increased, 40-45, New quest, Preparation year, Master intermediate magical theory before Hogwarts, Build political awareness and connections, Develop strategy for Horcrux management, Reward, Enhance starting position at Hogwarts, Special skill unlock. The coming months would be crucial for Harry's development, not just magically, but politically and personally. With the support of the Longbottoms, access to proper educational resources, and his ever-evolving system, Harry stood poised to enter Hogwarts far differently than Dumbledore or anyone else might have expected. The boy who lived was becoming something more, a young wizard consciously shaping his own destiny, building alliances, and developing unprecedented magical control. By his 11th birthday, when his Hogwarts letter would officially arrive, Harry Potter would be prepared not just to attend the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but to thrive there on his own terms. And perhaps, find a way to rid himself of the dark fragment that lingered in his scar, the final tether to a past he was increasingly determined to transcend. Chapter 3, The first Guardian. Summer sunlight filtered through the ancient oak trees surrounding the clearing, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of gold. Harry Potter, now 9 years old, sat cross-legged in the center of the clearing, eyes closed in perfect stillness. A gentle breeze stirred his perpetually untidy black hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, the only visible reminder of his fateful encounter with Lord Voldemort 8 years earlier. To any casual observer, he might have appeared to be merely meditating. But within Harry's mind, an intense battle raged. Soul fragment activity detected, attempt to access memory centers in progress, occlumency shields holding at 87% efficiency, recommendation, deepen mind organization, reinforce primary barriers. Harry's consciousness moved through the carefully constructed landscape of his mind, a sprawling magical library he designed during months of dedicated practice. Each section contained categorized memories and knowledge, protected by increasingly sophisticated defenses. At the center stood a sealed vault where he'd contain the Horcrux's influence as much as possible. Today, the fragment was particularly active, probing for weaknesses with greater intensity than usual. Harry suspected it responded to his growing power, becoming more aggressive as he grew stronger. With practiced precision, he redirected his mental energy to shore up weakening barriers around his childhood memories. The fragment seemed especially drawn to moments of emotional significance, his earliest memories of the Dursleys, his first meetings with Dumbledore and the Longbottoms, his friendship with Neville. Finally, the assault subsided, leaving Harry mentally drained but victorious once again. Occlumency level 5 successfully deployed, soul fragment contained, mind organization reinforced, experience, +25, Harry opened his eyes and released a slow breath. 2 years of dedicated practice had transformed his mind art specialization from basic defenses into an elaborate system of mental architecture that gave him exceptional control over his thoughts and memories. Still, the Horcrux remained an ever-present threat, contained but not eliminated. "Harry? Are you out here?" Neville's voice called from beyond the trees. "In the clearing." Harry replied, standing and brushing leaves from his robes. Neville appeared between the trees, his round face flushed from the walk. At 9, he'd grown taller and lost some of his childhood chubbiness, though he remained solidly built. Most notable was the confidence in his posture, a far cry from the painfully shy boy Harry had first met. "Gran's looking for you," Neville said. Visitors arrived early, that ministry delegation she mentioned. Harry nodded, having anticipated this meeting. How many came? 3. One's that unspeakable who visited last month, Croaker, I think. There's someone new from the Department of Magical Education, and... Neville hesitated, Lucius Malfoy. Harry's eyebrows rose. Malfoy? He's not part of either department. School governor, Neville explained with obvious distaste. Apparently he requested to join the evaluation out of concern for educational standards. More likely concern about my influence at Hogwarts, Harry muttered as they walked back toward Longbottom Manor. Your Gran warned us he'd be watching me. The political landscape had grown more complex over the past 2 years as Harry's unusual educational arrangement became known in wider circles. What began as a private agreement between Augusta Longbottom and Albus Dumbledore had evolved into a closely monitored educational experiment with different factions vying for influence. Political alert, Lucius Malfoy, traditional pureblood faction leader, motivation, assessment of potential threat/ally, danger level, moderate, recommended approach, calculated competence without revealing full capabilities. Harry and Neville crossed the immaculately maintained grounds of Longbottom Manor, passing through the expansive gardens that had flourished under their combined care. Harry's plant affinity skill, now at level 4, complemented Neville's natural herbology talent perfectly. Their experimental section, where they crossbred magical plants under Augusta's supervision, had recently produced a variant of Flutterby bush with remarkable healing properties. As they approached the manor's east entrance, Harry quickly reviewed his appearance. His robes, custom-made at Augusta's insistence, were formal enough for a ministry meeting while still appropriate for a 9-year-old wizard. Gone were the days of Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs. Harry now dressed the part of heir to an ancient and noble house, a role Augusta had been carefully preparing him for. Remember, Neville said quietly as they reached the door, Gran says Malfoy will be looking for any sign of improper teaching or unsafe magic to report to his allies in the ministry. Harry nodded. Standard demonstration only. Nothing beyond the approved curriculum. The manor's formal receiving room had been arranged for the occasion. Augusta Longbottom sat regally in her high-backed chair, spine straight as a wand and her ever-present vulture hat perched atop her severe hairstyle. Across from her, 3 wizards occupied the visitor's settee. Harry recognized Algernon Croaker immediately. The unspeakable had visited twice before, conducting assessment tests that Harry carefully managed to show appropriate progress without revealing his true capabilities. Beside him sat a squat witch with a clipboard and an expression of bureaucratic importance that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Uncle Vernon. On the end sat Lucius Malfoy, instantly recognizable by his long platinum hair and the silver snakehead cane resting against his knee. His cold gray eyes assessed Harry with calculation that belied his thin smile. "Ah, the young gentlemen have arrived," Augusta announced. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, allow me to introduce our visitors. You remember Mr. Croaker, of course." The unspeakable nodded cordially. "Mr. Potter. Mr. Longbottom. A pleasure to see you both again. This is Madame Hardbroom from the Department of Magical Education," Augusta continued, indicating the squat witch, who sniffed importantly. "And Mr. Lucius Malfoy, Hogwarts school governor," Augusta finished, her tone maintaining perfect politeness despite the tension evident in her posture. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy drawled, extending a gloved hand. "How fascinating to meet you at last. My son Draco speaks often of the day you'll join him at Hogwarts." Harry shook the offered hand briefly, noting the calculating assessment in Malfoy's gaze. "I look forward to meeting him, sir," he replied neutrally. "Yes, well," Madame Hardbroom interjected, consulting her clipboard officiously, "we're here to conduct the annual assessment of Mr. Potter's educational progress under this unorthodox arrangement." She sniffed again. "Highly irregular, allowing pre-Hogwarts magical education of this nature, but the Wisingamot Educational Subcommittee has granted special dispensation, so we must ensure standards are maintained." "Of course," Augusta replied smoothly. "The boys are well prepared for your assessment. Perhaps we should proceed to the practice room." The manor's east wing contained a specially warded chamber where Harry and Neville practiced supervised magic with training wands, modified instruments that limited magical output while allowing basic spellcasting. Here, under Augusta's watchful eye and with weekly guidance from visiting Hogwarts professors, they had progressed through a carefully structured curriculum designed to prepare them for formal education. "We'll begin with magical theory," Croker announced, producing a series of scrolls. "Then proceed to practical demonstration with the training wands." The theoretical examination proved straightforward. Harry and Neville had been well tutored in the standard first-year curriculum, with Augusta insisting they understand the principles behind magic rather than merely memorizing incantations. Harry carefully calibrated his answers to demonstrate solid comprehension without revealing the depth of understanding his system had given him. When they moved to practical demonstrations, Malfoy leaned forward with increased interest. "Levitation charm first," Madame Hardbroom instructed, placing a feather before each boy. Standard first-year assessment. Neville went first, his training wand moving in the practiced swish and flick. "Wingardium Leviosa," he pronounced carefully, and the feather rose steadily to hover at eye level. "Good control, Mr. Longbottom," Croker noted approvingly. Harry performed the same charm with similar results, deliberately matching Neville's performance rather than showing his true capabilities. With his system-enhanced skills, he could have performed the charm wandlessly and levitated objects far heavier than feathers, but such a demonstration would raise unwanted questions. They proceeded through a series of basic charms and transfigurations, all within standard first-year parameters but performed with precision that reflected their extensive practice. Throughout the demonstration, Harry noticed Malfoy's increasing frustration. The man had clearly hoped to find some deficiency or dangerous practice to report. "Perhaps something more challenging," Malfoy suggested smoothly as they completed the standard assessment. "To truly evaluate the effectiveness of this special arrangement." Madame Hardbroom consulted her clipboard. "The approved curriculum for this assessment extends only to early second-year theory and basic first-year practical applications, Mr. Malfoy." "A shame," Malfoy replied, tapping his cane lightly against the floor. "One wonders whether such a limited demonstration justifies the extraordinary exceptions made for Mr. Potter's education." The implication was clear. He was suggesting the arrangement should be terminated if it showed no exceptional results. Political challenge detected, Malfoy attempting to undermine educational arrangement, options, maintain current performance level, safest, demonstrate moderately advanced ability, calculated risk, reveal significant capability, high risk. Harry chose the middle option. Allowing Malfoy to undermine his educational freedom would be a significant setback, but revealing too much could create other problems. "I've been studying shield charms in theory, sir," Harry said carefully. "Professor Flitwick provided some preparatory exercises during his last visit, though we haven't attempted the actual spell yet." Malfoy's eyebrows rose with interest. "Protego is generally considered third-year magic, Mr. Potter." "Merely theoretical understanding, I assure you," Augusta interjected smoothly. "Filius believes in building comprehensive foundations." "Then a demonstration should pose no difficulty," Malfoy pressed. "If it's been properly taught." Madame Hardbroom looked flustered. "This exceeds the approved assessment parameters. I believe some flexibility is warranted when evaluating experimental educational arrangements," Malfoy countered. "Unless there are concerns about the quality of instruction." Augusta's expression remained composed, but Harry could sense her tension. This was clearly a political maneuver. If Harry failed at the more advanced magic, Malfoy could argue the arrangement was ineffective. If he succeeded too impressively, questions might arise about inappropriate acceleration of magical education. "I'm willing to attempt it," Harry offered. "Though I can't promise success with a training wand." Croker observed the exchange with silent interest, his unspeakable training evident in his neutral expression. "Very well," Augusta conceded. "A single demonstration of Protego theory in practice. Nothing further." Harry took position in the center of the practice room, training wand held in the proper defensive stance Flitwick had demonstrated. He knew he needed to modulate his performance carefully, show enough skill to validate the educational arrangement without revealing his true mastery of the shield charm, which he could cast wandlessly at level 3. Perhaps a practical test, Malfoy suggested, drawing his own wand. A simple stinging hex, perfectly harmless but sufficient to test a shield's efficacy. Before Augusta could object, Malfoy cast the hex with impressive speed. Flipendo. Harry reacted instinctively, channeling his magic through the training wand. Protego. The shield that formed was precisely calibrated, strong enough to deflect Malfoy's hex but visibly wobbling afterward to suggest a novice's effort. The hex bounced harmlessly away, dissipating against the room's warded wall. Malfoy looked momentarily surprised, then thoughtful. Impressive for your age, Mr. Potter. Perhaps this arrangement has merit after all. Augusta's expression remained composed, though Harry detected a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. As you can see, the boys receive thorough but age-appropriate instruction. We follow ministry guidelines while ensuring they'll be well prepared for Hogwarts. The assessment concluded shortly afterward, with Madame Hardbroom noting that all requirements had been met or exceeded. As the visitors prepared to depart, Croaker lingered behind while Malfoy and Hardbroom spoke with Augusta in the hallway. That was a controlled performance, Mr. Potter, the unspeakable said quietly, his penetrating gaze fixed on Harry. Precisely calibrated to demonstrate adequacy without provoking further scrutiny. Harry maintained a neutral expression. I'm not sure what you mean, sir. A faint smile touched Croaker's lips. The Department of Mysteries monitors unusual magical phenomena, Mr. Potter. Subtle patterns emerge over time. He glanced toward the door to ensure they weren't overheard. Your magical signature has interesting fluctuations. More structured than typical accidental magic, yet not conforming to standard trained patterns either. Warning, subject has detected magical anomalies, threat assessment, significant, subject, Algernon Croaker, unspeakable, Department of Mysteries likely monitoring magical development, recommendation, limited acknowledgement without full disclosure. I've always had unusual accidental magic, sir, Harry replied carefully. Professor Dumbledore said that's why this special arrangement was necessary. Indeed. Croaker studied him for a moment longer. The department has a particular interest in unique magical manifestations, Mr. Potter. Should you ever wish to understand your abilities more fully, we would be available for consultation. The offer hung in the air, neither accepted nor rejected, as Augusta returned to escort Croaker out. Harry watched them go, a new concern taking root in his mind. The Department of Mysteries was now actively interested in his magical development, another player on the increasingly complex chessboard surrounding him. He suspects something, Harry told Neville later as they worked in their greenhouse section. Croaker, I mean. He practically said the Department of Mysteries has been monitoring my magic. Neville carefully pruned a Flutterby bush, his movements confident with plants in a way he still sometimes lacked in other areas. Gran says the unspeakables monitor all sorts of magical phenomena. Is it really surprising they'd watch The Boy Who Lived? It's not that they're watching, Harry explained, using his plant affinity to gently encourage a struggling moonflower to bloom. It's that they've detected something different about how my magic works. Something systematic. Because of your, you know. Neville gestured vaguely toward his own forehead, their private reference to Harry's system. Over the past 2 years, Harry had shared limited information about his unique abilities with Neville. Not the full truth about the system interface, but enough that his friend understood Harry had an unusual relationship with magic, able to quantify and direct it in ways others couldn't. The partial confidence had strengthened their friendship while maintaining necessary secrecy. Exactly, Harry confirmed. And if they're noticing patterns now, what happens when my abilities keep growing? I'm still only level 9. What level do you think Dumbledore is? Neville asked curiously, setting aside his pruning shears. Harry considered this. The system doesn't actually classify other people with levels. But based on what I've observed of his magical signature, he'd be extraordinary by any measure. may be equivalent to level 30 or higher in raw power. The comparison highlighted Harry's unusual development trajectory. At 9 years old, his systematic approach to magic had already accelerated his growth far beyond normal progression. By the time he reached Hogwarts, he would possess abilities typically not achieved until after graduation. "You're worried about standing out too much," Neville observed perceptively. Harry nodded. "The political situation keeps getting more complicated. Dumbledore, the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries, the traditional pure-blood families, everyone has expectations or concerns about what I might become. And none of them know about the soul fragment," Neville added quietly. This was the one secret Harry had kept completely private, the Horcrux in his scar. Not even Neville knew the full truth, though he was aware Harry suffered from occasional, magical resonance, from his cursed scar that required mental discipline to control. "That's the most pressing problem," Harry agreed. "I need to find a solution before I start at Hogwarts, but the resources here are limited." Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of Augusta at the greenhouse entrance. "There you are," she said briskly. "Mr. Potter, an owl has arrived for you from Gringotts. Most unusual for them to contact an underage wizard directly." She handed Harry a heavy parchment envelope sealed with the Gringotts crest in gold wax. Harry opened it carefully, scanning the formal goblin script. "Mr. Potter, pursuant to ancient treaties governing magical inheritance and the blood legacy protocols of 1612, Gringotts Wizarding Bank hereby notifies you of an inheritance validation requirement triggered by sustained abnormal magical signature detection. As heir to the ancient and noble House of Potter, your presence is requested at your earliest convenience to validate your magical signature against ancestral records and determine whether premature access to certain family vaults and artifacts should be granted. This matter falls under Goblin jurisdiction per Treaty of 1734 and requires no ministry oversight. Absolute confidentiality is assured. May your gold flow and your enemies tremble. Barchoke Potter, Account Manager, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Quest Alert, Blood Legacy. Gringotts has detected your unusual magical development. Objective: undergo inheritance testing at Gringotts. Reward: potential access to Potter family magical legacies, 100 XP. Warning: may reveal system-enhanced magical signature to goblins. Harry handed the letter to Augusta, whose eyebrows rose progressively as she read. "Most irregular," she commented. "Though not entirely unprecedented for magical heirs with unusual circumstances." "What does it mean, Gran?" Neville asked. "The old families, including the Potters and Longbottoms, established special provisions with the goblins centuries ago," Augusta explained. "Certain magical artifacts, books, and vault sections are restricted until the heir reaches majority. However, provisions exist for earlier access in cases of exceptional magical development or family emergency." She studied Harry thoughtfully. "It seems your magical signature has triggered such protocols. The goblins operate independently of ministry restrictions in these matters, a point of contention for centuries, but protected by treaty." "Should I go?" Harry asked. "Yes, though I shall accompany you as your acting magical guardian." Augusta handed the letter back to Harry. "The goblins can be challenging, but they take inheritance matters extremely seriously. If Potter family legacies have become accessible to you early, that could provide valuable resources for your education." Harry nodded, thinking particularly of potential information about soul magic that might help with the Horcrux problem. Family grimoires often contain knowledge not available in standard texts. "We'll visit Gringotts tomorrow," Augusta decided. "I shall send word to Dumbledore as a courtesy, though this falls outside his authority as Hogwarts headmaster." As they left the greenhouse, Harry considered this unexpected development. His system-enhanced magic had now attracted attention from multiple quarters: Dumbledore, the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries, and now Gringotts. The careful balance he'd maintained was becoming increasingly precarious as his power grew. Status update: Name: Harry James Potter. Age: 9. Class: Arcane Prodigy, Mind Art Specialist. Level: 9. Experience: 720 out of 900. magic power, 45/45, regeneration, 4 per hour, health, 50/50, strength, 6, dexterity, 7, intelligence, 14, wisdom, 14, charisma, 6, available attribute points, 0. Diagon Alley bustled with midsummer activity as Harry and Augusta made their way toward the imposing white edifice of Gringotts Bank. Despite Harry's previous visits for standard withdrawals from his trust vault, this felt different, more consequential. As they climbed the marble steps, Harry noticed subtle differences in how the goblin guards observed him. Their dark, intelligent eyes tracked his movement with greater attention than usual, and one guard's hand twitched almost imperceptibly toward a concealed weapon before relaxing. Magical assessment in progress, goblin security detecting unusual magical signature, caution advised. Inside the vast marble hall, Augusta approached a senior teller whose desk sat slightly elevated above the others. Madam Augusta Longbottom and Mr. Harry Potter, here by appointment with account manager Barchoke. The goblin peered down at them, his gaze lingering on Harry. Identification. Augusta presented her wand while Harry offered his Gringotts key. The goblin examined both carefully, then pressed a small crystal on his desk that glowed briefly. Follow Griphook to the inheritance offices, he instructed, indicating a younger goblin who appeared beside their desk. Rather than the cart tunnels that led to the vaults, Griphook guided them through an ornate door behind the teller counters and down a hallway lined with portraits of stern-looking goblins in battle armor. They eventually reached a door bearing the Potter family crest alongside goblin runes. Account manager Barchoke awaits within, Griphook announced, opening the door and gesturing them inside. The office beyond was surprisingly spacious, with walls lined in dark wood and illuminated by floating crystal globes. Behind an enormous desk carved from a single piece of black stone sat an older goblin with particularly long fingers and shrewd eyes. Several unusual instruments occupied one corner of the room, reminiscent of those in Dumbledore's office but with distinctly goblin aesthetics, more angular and featuring small rubies that pulsed with inner light. "Herr Potter," Barchoke greeted, standing. "Madam Longbottom. Thank you for responding promptly to our summons." "Summons implies obligation," Barchoke, Augusta replied evenly. "Let us call it an invitation." The goblin's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. "As you wish, madam." He gestured to chairs before his desk. "Please be seated. We have much to discuss." Once they were settled, Barchoke retrieved a thick folder bound in red leather and emblazoned with the Potter crest. "The Potter accounts have been under standard air maintenance protocols since the deaths of Lord James and Lady Lily," he began. "Access restricted to the trust vault until you reach majority at 17, with guardianship monitoring by Chief Warlock Dumbledore as your magical guardian of record." The goblin's long fingers tapped the folder. "However, approximately 18 months ago, our inheritance sensors began detecting anomalies in your magical signature, Herr Potter. The pattern has become increasingly pronounced, triggering ancient protocols established by your ancestors." "What kind of anomalies?" Harry asked carefully. Barchoke studied him with those penetrating eyes. "Structured development patterns inconsistent with standard magical maturation. Progressive integration of multiple magical disciplines in systematized formation. Accelerated core stabilization typically not observed until late adolescence." The description was alarmingly accurate, making Harry grateful for his occlumency shields and the system's mental protection skill as he maintained a neutral expression. "In simple terms," Barchoke continued, "your magic is developing in a manner that suggests deliberate, structured growth rather than the typical chaotic expansion seen in magical children." Augusta's expression remained composed, though Harry detected her slight tension. "Mr. Potter has been receiving structured magical education under my supervision, as approved by the Wisengamot Educational Subcommittee," she stated. "Indeed. However, the patterns we detect go beyond standard educational influence." Barchoke's tone remained neutral, neither accusatory nor particularly concerned. "Gringotts takes no position on the methods of magical development chosen by wizards. Our interest is purely in upholding inheritance protocols." He opened the folder and removed a document written in a mixture of English and gobbledygook. Fremont Potter, your grandfather, updated the family inheritance protocols in 1967 to include a specific provision: should an heir demonstrate exceptional magical self-actualization before majority, certain restricted vaults and artifacts would become accessible to assist in their development. Harry leaned forward slightly. What exactly does that mean? It means, Heir Potter, that your grandfather anticipated the possibility of a magically gifted heir who might benefit from family resources earlier than traditionally allowed. Barchoke removed an ornate key from the folder. This grants access to the Potter family grimoire vault, separate from the main family vault, which remains restricted until your majority. Quest updated, Blood Legacy, Potter family grimoire vault access available, warning, verification ritual required, objective, complete inheritance validation. What verification is required? Harry asked, eyeing the key with interest. Barchoke gestured toward the strange instruments in the corner. A simple blood magic verification to confirm your identity and magical signature. 7 drops of blood on the inheritance stone, followed by a magical resonance test with the family signet. Augusta's eyes narrowed slightly. Blood magic falls under restricted practices according to ministry regulations, account manager. Goblin territory operates under treaty law, not ministry regulation, Barchoke replied smoothly. Blood identity verification for inheritance purposes is specifically protected under the Banking Accord of 1612. After considering for a moment, Augusta nodded her permission. Harry approached the indicated instruments, where a small obsidian bowl waited beside a silver dagger with the Potter crest on its hilt. 7 drops only, Barchoke instructed. Then place your dominant hand over the crystal sphere. Harry carefully pricked his finger with the ritual dagger and allowed exactly 7 drops to fall into the bowl. The blood briefly glowed gold before sinking into the stone as though absorbed. Blood magic detected, heritage verification in progress, magical core analysis initiated, warning, system signature partially exposed. As Harry placed his hand over the crystal sphere, he felt a strange sensation, as though something was gently probing his magical core, reading the patterns of his developing power. The sphere glowed emerald green, then gold, before settling into a pulsing rhythm of both colors interwoven. Barchoke observed with evident interest. Most unusual, he murmured. The dual resonance pattern suggests multiple magical inheritances fully integrated. The goblin retrieved a small wooden box from his desk drawer and opened it to reveal a gold signet ring bearing the Potter crest. The final step. Place the ring on your right index finger. If accepted, it will resize appropriately but not lock. Full lordship bonding occurs only at majority. Harry took the ring carefully. It felt warm to his touch, almost alive with latent magic. As he slipped it onto his finger, a surge of energy flowed through him, not painful but intense, like being suddenly immersed in a stream of pure magic. Magical legacy connection established, Potter family magic recognized, hidden affinity detected, transfiguration, blood legacy quest completed, experience, plus 100, level up. Level 9 Level 10, class specialization available. The ring resized perfectly to his finger, and for a brief moment, Harry felt connected to something vast and ancient, generations of Potters whose magic had shaped and been shaped by the ring he now wore. Successful verification, Barchoke announced, satisfaction evident in his tone. The Potter Grimoire Vault is now accessible to you. The goblin produced a small golden key different from Harry's Trust Vault key. This will grant you entry to Vault 687-B. Unlike your Trust Vault, the Grimoire Vault contains no currency, only family magical knowledge, certain artifacts, and personal journals deemed appropriate for an heir demonstrating early magical maturity. Can we visit the vault today? Harry asked, trying to keep the eagerness from his voice. Certainly, Barchoke replied. I shall arrange for a private cart immediately. As the goblin stepped out to make arrangements, Augusta gave Harry an appraising look. The ring accepted you without reservation, she noted. That suggests your magical core is indeed developing exceptionally. Family rings typically resist fully bonding with underage heirs. Harry nodded, studying the signet ring. The Potter crest, a shield featuring a griffin rampant and 3 lily flowers, seemed to shimmer slightly in the light, magical energy flowing just beneath its surface. My father's journal mentioned the Potters were particularly gifted in transfiguration, Augusta continued. Neville's mother was quite close with your mother, you know. Alice often said Lily Potter had a unique approach to charms work, something about understanding the fundamental patterns behind the magic rather than merely learning the spells themselves. This information resonated with Harry's own systematic approach. Had his mother somehow intuited aspects of magical structure similar to what his system revealed to him? Before he could pursue this thought, Barchoke returned. Your cart awaits, the goblin announced. The Grimoire Vault is located in the high-security section, beyond the typical customer access areas. The cart ride plunged deeper into Gringotts than Harry had ever traveled before, passing through several security checkpoints where goblin guards verified their authorization. Finally, they arrived at a small platform carved directly from bedrock, with a single vault door bearing the Potter crest. Place your ring against the door crest, Barchoke instructed. When Harry did so, the door recognized the family magic and swung silently open, revealing a chamber smaller than the trust vault but far more fascinating. Instead of gold, the vault contained bookshelves lining 3 walls, a central pedestal holding what appeared to be the main family grimoire, and several glass-fronted cases containing artifacts. I shall wait outside, Barchoke stated. Take whatever time you require. Anything within may be removed by the verified heir. As Augusta examined the bookshelves with obvious interest, Harry approached the central pedestal. The grimoire was bound in deep red leather with gold accents, the Potter crest embossed on its cover. When Harry touched it, the book seemed to recognize him, the cover warming beneath his fingers. Family Grimoire recognized, ancient knowledge available, required level, 10, requirement met, special feature unlocked, Potter family spells. Harry opened the grimoire carefully, finding handwritten entries dating back centuries, each generation of Potters adding their magical discoveries, spell creations, and personal insights. Most fascinating were his father's entries from the 1970s, describing innovative transfiguration techniques and something called marauder magic, practical applications of advanced transfiguration and charms for what appeared to be elaborate pranks and magical items. Look at this, Augusta called from one of the bookshelves. Eastern magical texts, likely from your grandfather's collection. Fleamont Potter was a renowned potioneer who traveled extensively researching ingredients. Harry joined her, finding several books in languages he didn't recognize. One thin volume bound in midnight blue silk caught his attention, its title written in English despite the foreign text within, Spiritual Purification Rituals of the Himalayan Masters. Quest item found, relevant to the fractured soul, ancient purification techniques may assist with Horcrux removal. Trying to contain his excitement, Harry carefully added the book to a small pile of items he was collecting. Augusta raised an eyebrow at his selections, which included the Eastern text, several journals written by his parents, and a slim volume on advanced mind arts. Eclectic choices, she observed. Though appropriately advanced for your current studies. Harry nodded, returning to examine the artifact cases. Most contained family heirlooms of primarily sentimental value, watches, jewelry, and small magical devices. One case, however, held something that made his system alert immediately. Magical artifact detected, classification, invisibility cloak, quality, exceptional, beyond standard magical parameters, note, unusual magical signature suggests ancient origin, the silvery fabric seemed to flow like water even while motionless in its case. A small card beside it read simply, James Potter's invisibility cloak, family heirloom passed from father to son for generations. Harry opened the case and carefully lifted the cloak. Unlike the other items which felt simply magical, this cloak resonated with power that seemed fundamentally different, deeper and more primordial somehow. Warning, artifact possesses unique magical signature, power classification, unknown/ancient, recommendation, exercise caution until properties fully understood, a family invisibility cloak, Augusta noted, joining him. Quite valuable and useful. Most unusual that it remains in such pristine condition. Invisibility cloaks typically fade over decades, yet family records suggest the Potters have possessed that one for generations. Harry carefully folded the cloak and added it to his collection. By the time they left the vault, he had assembled a small but invaluable trove of family knowledge and artifacts, including the slim volume that might hold the key to addressing the Horcrux in his scar. As they ascended back to the main bank, Harry's system notified him of his new level status: level 10 achieved, all attributes +1, new attribute points available, 2, magic power increased, 45-55, health increased, 50-60, class specialization available, options, arcane artificer, create and modify magical items ritual specialist, enhanced ability with complex magical rituals battle mage, advanced combat capabilities mystic adept, deeper connection to fundamental magical forces. The choice was significant, a specialized development path that would shape his magical growth moving forward. Harry decided to wait until he could review his new acquisitions before making such an important decision. I found it, Harry whispered excitedly, looking up from the ancient text he'd been studying in Longbottom Manor's library. 3 weeks had passed since the Gringotts' visit, during which he divided his time between regular lessons with Augusta and secret study of the Eastern Purification text. Neville glanced up from his herbology essay. The ritual thing? Harry nodded, keeping his voice low though they were alone in the library. It's called the cleansing of unwanted spiritual attachments. Originally designed for removing spiritual parasites or possessing entities, but the principles should apply to my problem. He'd been careful not to explicitly mention the Horcrux, even with Neville. His friend knew only that Harry sought a method to permanently end the resonance from his cursed scar. What does it require? Neville asked, setting aside his quill. That's the complicated part, Harry admitted. It needs a spiritually significant location, specific ritual components, and assistance from someone with a close personal bond to the subject. Neville straightened. You mean me? You're the only one I trust with this, Nev, Harry said seriously. And according to the text, the ritual requires someone with pure intent and fundamental connection to the earth. My plant affinity, Neville realized. But Harry, this sounds dangerous. Shouldn't we tell Gran or Professor Dumbledore? Harry shook his head firmly. They'd never allow it. They'd insist on years of research and preparation, and I don't have that kind of time. He touched his scar unconsciously. It's getting stronger, more active. I can feel it trying to influence me, especially when my guard is down. This wasn't an exaggeration. As Harry's own power had grown, the Horcrux had become more aggressive, requiring increasingly sophisticated occlumency barriers to contain. What would I need to do? Neville asked, the question itself demonstrating why Harry had chosen him, unwavering loyalty paired with practical courage. Mostly maintain a specific pattern of ritualized movements while I enter a deep meditative state, Harry explained. The actual spiritual separation happens internally, but the ritual creates a container, I guess, that prevents the separated entity from seeking another host. What Harry didn't mention was that the text warned of significant pain and potential danger to the subject. The ritual essentially forced a spiritual battle that could leave the host weakened or, in extreme cases, damage their own soul if performed incorrectly. Quest updated, the fractured soul, purification ritual located, requirements, spiritually significant location ritual components, rare herbs, purified silver, blessed water, trusted assistant with earth affinity full moon, warning, significant risk to mental/spiritual integrity, reward if successful, freedom from Horcrux influence, potential power increase, 500 XP, when? Neville asked simply. The full moon is in 2 weeks, Harry said. I've been cataloging potential locations. We need somewhere with natural magical properties, ideally associated with purification or healing. Neville considered this. The ancient spring in the North Woods might work. Gran says it's been a magical site since before Longbottom Manor was built. The family originally settled here because of the spring's healing properties. Perfect, Harry agreed. Can we access it without alerting your gran? At night, probably. The wards recognize me as family, so they won't trigger unless I try to leave the property entirely. Neville looked uncertain but resolute. I still think we should tell someone, Harry. Once it's done, Harry promised. But not before. Trust me, Nev, this is something I need to handle myself. The next 2 weeks passed in careful preparation. Harry gathered the required components through a combination of Longbottom greenhouse resources and discreet mail orders from apothecaries. He practiced the ritual movements and memorized the necessary incantations, which were thankfully transliterated into English phonetics in the book's margins. Neville, though still harboring reservations, committed fully to his supporting role, practicing the grounding techniques and earth magic movements the ritual required of the assistant. The night of the full moon arrived with perfect clarity, the summer sky free of clouds as silver moonlight bathed the Longbottom grounds. After ensuring Augusta had retired for the evening, the boys slipped out of the manor and made their way through the north woods, Neville confidently leading the way along barely visible paths he knew intimately from years of exploring. The ancient spring emerged from stone in a small clearing surrounded by oak trees that predated the Norman conquest. A natural stone basin collected the crystal-clear water before it flowed away in a stream toward the east. The entire area hummed with subtle magic that Harry's enhanced senses detected immediately. Magical nexus detected, natural power point with healing/purification affinity, ideal location for ritual attempt, local magical energy available for channeling. This is perfect, Harry whispered, kneeling to touch the water. It felt cool yet somehow energized, tiny sparkles of magic visible in each droplet when examined closely. The spring has never dried up, not even in the worst droughts, Neville said. Gran says the water has magical properties, nothing dramatic, but it promotes healing and clarity when used in potions. They set up the ritual space according to the book's specifications. Candles of pure beeswax placed at cardinal points, a circle of purified salt mixed with crushed moonstone, and a small silver bowl filled with spring water at the center. Harry changed into simple white ritual robes while Neville positioned himself at the northern point of the circle. Once we begin, we can't stop until it's complete, Harry reminded his friend. No matter what happens or what you see. Neville nodded gravely. I won't let you down, Harry. I know. Harry took a deep breath and stepped into the circle. Let's begin. The ritual started with simple movements, Harry walking a precise pattern within the circle while reciting Sanskrit syllables that resonated with the location's natural magic. Neville maintained a steady rhythm, channeling earth energy through his connection to the ground beneath them. As the ritual progressed, the ambient magic grew more noticeable. The spring water began to glow faintly, and the air around the circle thickened with potential energy. Harry felt his own magic responding, rising to meet the ritual's requirements as he moved through increasingly complex patterns. Ritual magic activating, personal magic power, 55/55, external magic being channeled, soul fragment agitation detected, warning, Horcrux resistance imminent. When Harry completed the third circuit of the circle and drank from the silver bowl of spring water, the ritual entered its critical phase. He sat in the center of the circle in a lotus position, hands forming specific mudras as he began the meditative descent into his own mind. This was where his mind art specialization proved invaluable. Rather than struggling to achieve the necessary mental state, Harry moved smoothly through the layers of consciousness into the structured mindscape he'd spent years perfecting. Within his mental landscape, the Horcrux's containment vault became visible, a dark, pulsing mass of corrupted energy secured behind his occlumency barriers. The ritual's energy manifested as golden light flowing through his mental architecture, illuminating pathways toward separation. I call upon the ancient right of spiritual sovereignty, Harry intoned, the ritual words flowing through both his physical voice and mental intent. That which is not of me but dwells within must now be revealed and released. The response was immediate and violent. The Horcrux, sensing the threat to its existence, lashed out with dark tendrils of magic that sought to penetrate Harry's defenses. Pain lanced through his scar, and he felt warm blood trickling down his face in the physical world. Outside the mindscape, Neville saw Harry's body go rigid, blood flowing from his lightning scar as an unearthly shriek filled the clearing, not from Harry's lips, but seeming to emanate from the air itself. "Harry!" Neville called out instinctively, nearly breaking his position. "Continue." Harry managed to gasp. "Don't stop." Within his mind, Harry marshaled his defenses. The Horcrux fought with surprising intelligence, targeting memories and emotional vulnerabilities, flashing images of the Dursleys' abuse, moments of loneliness, fears about his future. But Harry's systematic approach to mind magic gave him an unexpected advantage. Where most wizards' minds were organic and intuitive, his had been structured and fortified methodically, like a magical algorithm rather than a natural landscape. "You have no claim to this vessel," Harry declared, drawing on the ritual's power. "By right of birth, by right of conquest, by right of will, I banish you." He visualized the separation, not attempting to destroy the soul fragment, which the text warned could damage his own soul in the process, but forcing it out of his mind and body into the ritual's containment field. The battle intensified. The fragment, which Harry now recognized contained a shadow of Voldemort's consciousness and will, fought desperately for survival. It offered power, knowledge, secrets of magic beyond his imagination, then, when enticement failed, switched to threats and visions of horror. Critical warning: soul magic battle in progress, mental integrity, 72% and fluctuating, soul fragment containment, failing, recommendation, complete separation immediately or abort. In the physical world, the ritual circle glowed with competing energies, the pure silver-gold light of the spring's natural magic and a sickly green-black aura emanating from Harry's scar. Neville maintained his position with grim determination, channeling stabilizing earth energy despite his growing fear as he watched his friend's silent struggle. The battle reached its crescendo when the Horcrux, realizing it was losing, attempted a final desperate measure, trying to possess Harry completely rather than be expelled. For a terrible moment, Harry felt his consciousness being pushed aside as something ancient, powerful, and utterly malevolent attempted to seize control of his body. "Never," Harry snarled, drawing on every reserve of magical and mental strength. "This is my mind, my body, my magic." With a final, tremendous effort, he completed the separation ritual, visualizing the dark fragment being torn away from his soul and cast into the ritual's containment field. In the physical world, a black mist erupted from Harry's scar with an inhuman scream of rage. It hovered in the air for a moment, forming a distorted face with burning red eyes, before the ritual's magic forced it into the silver bowl. The water bubbled and hissed, turning black before evaporating completely, leaving the bowl empty but permanently stained with what looked like burn marks. Harry collapsed backward, blood still flowing from his scar but the agonizing pain already subsiding. Above him, the full moon seemed to pulse with silvery light, and he had the strange sensation of something watching, not malevolent like the Horcrux, but ancient and curious, as though the ritual had attracted attention from beyond the physical realm. Soul fragment successfully removed, warning, magical core recalibrating, mental barriers restructuring, status, temporary magical exhaustion, quest completed, the fractured soul, experience, plus 500, Harry. "Harry, can you hear me?" Neville was kneeling beside him, face pale with worry. "It worked," Harry whispered, his voice hoarse. "It's gone, Nevada. I can feel the difference." Indeed, his mind felt lighter, clearer, as though a persistent background noise he'd grown so accustomed to that he no longer consciously registered it had suddenly ceased. The absence of the Horcrux left a strange sense of spaciousness in his consciousness. "We need to get you back to the manor," Neville said urgently. "You're still bleeding." "Not yet," Harry managed, sitting up slowly. "Need to complete the cleansing. Spring water." Understanding, Neville helped Harry to the edge of the spring. Following the ritual's final instructions, Harry submerged his head, allowing the magical water to flow over his still bleeding scar. The effect was immediate, a cooling sensation followed by a feeling of renewal, as though the water was washing away years of spiritual contamination. When he emerged, the bleeding had stopped. Harry touched his scar gingerly, finding it less pronounced than before, still visible, but no longer the angry red mark it had been since infancy. Healing process initiated, curse scar purification, 60% complete, ongoing healing will continue over coming weeks. Note, scar will remain as physical reminder but magical contamination eliminated. Let's clean this up and get back, Harry said, feeling the exhaustion settling into his bones. Your Gran would not be pleased to find ritual components in her sacred spring. They methodically removed all traces of the ritual, with Neville insisting on carrying the stained silver bowl wrapped in cloth. We can't just leave something containing that anywhere, he'd said firmly. By the time they reached the manor, the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. They slipped back inside and made their way to Harry's room, where he practically collapsed onto his bed. We did it, he murmured as Neville placed a cool cloth on his forehead. Thank you, Nevada. I couldn't have done it without you. What was that thing, Harry? Really? Neville asked quietly. That wasn't just magical resonance. Too exhausted for pretense, Harry told him the truth. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, attached to me when he tried to kill me as a baby. A Horcrux, the darkest magic there is. Neville paled but nodded slowly. That's why you've been having those episodes, why you needed the mind arts training. Yes. And why I couldn't tell anyone, not even Dumbledore. I don't think he knows exactly what it is, but he knows something's there. Harry closed his eyes, fatigue overtaking him. We'll talk more later. Need sleep now. As Harry drifted into the deepest, most peaceful sleep he'd experienced in years, his system updated, level up. Level 10 Level 11, all attributes +1, new attribute points available, 2, magic power increased, 55-65, health increased, 60-70, magic power regeneration improved, 4/hour 5/hour, soul purification complete, warning, magical restructuring in progress, temporary limitation on advanced magic for 24 to 48 hours, you did what? Augusta Longbottom's voice echoed through her study, making both boys wince despite their preparation for this conversation. 3 days had passed since the ritual. Harry had recovered his strength more quickly than expected, though his magic remained somewhat unstable, sometimes responding too eagerly to his intent, other times requiring more concentration than usual. His system indicated this was normal post-ritual adjustment that would stabilize within a week. They had finally decided to inform Augusta about what they'd done, though with a carefully edited version that omitted specific mentions of Horcruxes or Harry's system. We performed a purification ritual to remove the dark magical residue from my cursed scar, Harry repeated calmly. It was causing increasing problems with magical feedback and nightmares. Augusta's face had gone from shocked to furious to a more calculated assessment as she processed their explanation. Ancient Eastern magic. Performed by 2 9-year-old wizards. Without supervision or proper safety measures. Her tone could have frozen lava. Do you have any comprehension of how catastrophically wrong such a ritual could have gone? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied honestly. The risks were substantial. But the dark residue was becoming more aggressive, and conventional methods wouldn't have addressed it. And you, Neville, Augusta turned to her grandson, who stood straight despite his obvious apprehension. You assisted in this, recklessness? Harry needed help, Neville said simply. He's my friend. Something flickered in Augusta's expression, a complex mixture of exasperation, concern, and what might have been grudging pride. The loyalty is commendable. The judgment is not. She sighed heavily. Show me your scar, Mr. Potter. Harry brushed back his fringe, revealing the lightning mark, now a silvery white rather than angry red, and noticeably less pronounced than before. Augusta leaned forward, examining it with narrowed eyes. After a moment, she drew her wand. May I? At Harry's nod, she cast a series of diagnostic charms, each more complex than the last. Her eyebrows rose progressively as she interpreted the results. Remarkable, she finally murmured, lowering her wand. The dark magical signature is indeed gone. And your core? She hesitated, studying Harry with new intensity. Your magical core shows signs of significant restructuring. More organized, more efficient somehow. Magical scan detected, Augusta Longbottom assessing post-ritual condition, system integration with core magic now more seamless. Note, observer detecting improved magical efficiency but not system presence. I feel different, Harry acknowledged. Clearer. Like there was interference I never realized was there until it stopped. Augusta sat back in her chair, considering them both for a long moment. I should inform Dumbledore immediately, she said finally. This development significantly alters the situation regarding your scar, which he has always taken particular interest in. Could we wait? Harry asked carefully. Just until I've fully stabilized. The ritual text indicated a period of magical adjustment follows successful purification. Augusta's lips thinned. 1 week. No more. And you will both remain under close observation during that time. No magic, no experiments, nothing but rest and regular monitoring. Her stern gaze encompassed both boys. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, they chorused. Furthermore, she continued, you will provide me with that ritual text for proper examination. And Mr. Potter, you will explain exactly how you determined that your scar contained dark magic requiring such drastic intervention. This last demand was the most problematic. Harry couldn't reveal his system's detection of the Horcrux without raising far more questions than he was prepared to answer. I've been experiencing increasingly vivid nightmares, he explained, which was true. Images that couldn't be my own memories, scenes of violence, conversations between Voldemort and his followers. Also true, though heavily edited. And when I practiced the mind organization techniques Professor Flitwick recommended, I could sense something, alien, trying to access my thoughts. Augusta studied him, clearly weighing the explanation against her own knowledge of dark magic. The implications are concerning. If your scar contained a direct connection to he who must not be named. That's why I had to remove it, Harry said earnestly. I couldn't risk that connection becoming stronger. After dismissing the boys with strict instructions to rest, Augusta sat alone in her study, contemplating the implications of what she'd learned. Finally, she moved to her fireplace and threw in a pinch of Floo powder. Department of Mysteries, Croaker's office, she stated clearly. The connection established, revealing the unspeakable seated at his desk. Madam Longbottom, he greeted without surprise. I presume this concerns the magical surge detected from your property 3 nights ago. Augusta's eyebrows rose. Your instruments reach that far. When it comes to Harry Potter, we cast a rather wide monitoring net, Croaker replied calmly. The surge carried a distinctive signature, ritual magic with Eastern influences, followed by what appeared to be the destruction of a dark magical artifact. Not destruction, Augusta corrected. Removal. It seems Mr. Potter's scar contained residual dark magic from the attack that orphaned him. Croaker leaned forward, sudden intensity in his normally impassive expression. And he removed it? Successfully. At age 9. With my grandson's assistance, yes. Augusta couldn't quite keep the hint of pride from her voice despite her continued disapproval of their methods. The ritual appears to have been completely effective. My diagnostics show no trace of the dark signature that previously emanated from the scar. Fascinating, Croaker murmured. This confirms several theories our department has been investigating regarding Mr. Potter's unique magical development. He seemed to choose his next words carefully. Madam Longbottom, has Mr. Potter demonstrated any systematic approach to magical learning? Patterns or methods unusual for his age? The question confirmed Augusta's growing suspicion that the Department of Mysteries had specific interests in Harry beyond his status as the boy who lived. He is an exceptionally gifted student, she replied neutrally. His approach to magic shows remarkable clarity and precision for one so young. Indeed. Croker's expression revealed nothing. I would be most interested in examining the ritual text he utilized, as well as conducting a non-invasive assessment of his current magical state. That will not be possible until he has fully stabilized, Augustus stated firmly. The boy remains under my protection as acting guardian. Of course. Croker inclined his head slightly. However, this development significantly impacts certain contingency plans involving Mr. Potter. The department would consider it a personal favor if you would permit a brief consultation once he has recovered. Augusta recognized the delicate political maneuvering. The Department of Mysteries operated with unusual autonomy within the ministry, and Croker rarely made such direct requests. Whatever their interest in Harry, it was substantial enough to warrant diplomatic approaches rather than attempting to leverage authority. I will consider it, she conceded. After consulting with Dumbledore. Croker's lips twitched. Ah yes. The headmaster maintains his protective interest in the boy. Do inform him that the department's monitoring has detected a significant positive change in Mr. Potter's magical signature. The removal of that dark influence may have far-reaching implications beyond the immediate benefits to the child. After ending the fleur call, Augusta sat in contemplative silence. The political dimensions surrounding Harry Potter had just become even more complex. The Department of Mysteries now had confirmed interest, Dumbledore maintained his guardianship influence, and Lucius Malfoy and his faction watched from the sidelines for any opportunity to assert control. And at the center of it all, a 9-year-old boy who had just demonstrated magical capability and determination far beyond his years, removing a dark magical influence that apparently many had detected but none had attempted to address. They're coming today, aren't they? Harry asked as he helped Neville harvest fluxweed in the greenhouse. 2 weeks had passed since the ritual, and his magic had fully stabilized, better than stabilized, in fact. His system indicated improved efficiency in all magical applications, as though the Horcrux had been subtly interfering with his development all along. Neville nodded, carefully cutting the silvery plant at precisely the right angle. Gran's been preparing the formal receiving room since breakfast. Professor Dumbledore and that unspeakable, Croker. And you'll stay with me during the meeting? Harry confirmed. Gran already promised. Said I was inextricably involved in the situation anyway. Neville grinned slightly. I think she's still deciding whether to be furious or impressed with us. Their friendship had deepened significantly since the ritual. Sharing such an intense, dangerous experience had created a bond that both boys recognized as something special, a foundation of absolute trust that would endure regardless of future challenges. Relationship status: Neville Longbottom, blood brother, unbreakable loyalty established through shared trial, benefits, enhanced magical cooperation, intuitive understanding, mutual protection. Harry had noticed this new classification appeared in his system after the ritual, an unprecedented designation that seemed to transcend normal relationship categories. It suggested the ritual had created a magical connection between them, subtle but significant. That afternoon, they assembled in the formal receiving room. Harry had dressed in his finest robes, the Potter signet ring visible on his right hand. Neville stood beside him, while Augusta positioned herself slightly behind, a deliberate arrangement that presented Harry as the primary party in the coming discussion rather than a child under guardianship. Professor Dumbledore arrived first through the flue, his midnight blue robes scattered with silver stars that actually twinkled in the light. Madame Longbottom, he greeted with a courteous bow, then turned to the boys. Harry, Neville. You both look well. His piercing blue eyes lingered on Harry's forehead, where the faded lightning scar was now barely visible beneath his fringe. Something flickered in those eyes, surprise, certainly, but also what might have been relief. Headmaster, Harry greeted politely. Thank you for coming. I would not miss such an important discussion, Dumbledore replied. Particularly one involving such unexpected magical developments. The flue flared green again, admitting Algernon Croker. The unspeakable wore the traditional grey robes of his department, unadorned except for a silver pin denoting senior status. Once introductions were complete and refreshments served by Longbottom house elves, Augusta addressed the purpose of their gathering. "Gentlemen, we are here to discuss the ritual performed by Mr. Potter and my grandson 2 weeks ago, and its implications for Mr. Potter's ongoing education and security arrangements." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Perhaps, Harry, you might explain what prompted such an extraordinary undertaking." Harry had prepared carefully for this conversation, constructing an explanation that was truthful without revealing his system or complete knowledge of Horcruxes. "After researching my parents' deaths and Voldemort's attack," he began, noting but ignoring the flinches at the name, "I became concerned about the persistent pain and magical resonance from my scar. When I began learning basic occlumency to organize my thoughts, I discovered something disturbing, what felt like an external presence attempting to access my mind, particularly during sleep." Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, but Harry detected a subtle tension in his posture. "The episodes were becoming more frequent and intense," Harry continued. "I began researching possible explanations and solutions in the books available at Longbottom Manor and, more recently, my family's grimoire vault at Gringotts." "You've accessed the Potter grimoire vault?" Dumbledore interrupted, surprise evident in his tone. "That should not be possible before your majority." Harry displayed his signet ring. "Gringotts determined I met the conditions specified by my grandfather for early access. The vault contained family journals and magical texts, including Eastern purification rituals that seemed applicable to my situation." Croaker spoke for the first time. "And you determined, at 9 years old, that an ancient Eastern purification ritual was the appropriate solution to a unique dark magic manifestation that adult wizards had apparently left untreated for years?" The question could have been mocking, but Croaker's tone held genuine curiosity without condescension. "Yes," Harry replied simply. The alternative seemed insufficient. Continued occlumency only contained but didn't remove the foreign presence, and conventional healing magic doesn't address spiritual contamination. "Remarkable reasoning," Croaker murmured. "And the ritual itself? How did you determine you could perform it successfully?" "The text provided clear guidelines for compatibility," Harry explained. "It required someone with natural magical affinity who could recognize the foreign essence as not self, and an assistant with earth magic affinity to stabilize the ritual. Neville and I matched the requirements perfectly." Throughout his explanation, Harry maintained his occlumency shields, aware that Dumbledore might attempt legilimency to verify his account. The headmaster's reputation for occasionally reading students' surface thoughts was well documented in pure-blood circles, according to Augusta. "Legilimency attempt detected, source, Albus Dumbledore, strength, passive/surface only, occlumency shield, level 5 active, status, probe deflected." Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication he'd noticed his gentle probe being rebuffed. "Your occlumency shields are remarkably developed, Harry," he observed, neither apologizing for the attempt nor seeming particularly disturbed at being caught. "A necessary development, given what was happening with my scar," Harry replied evenly. "Indeed." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "I must admit, I had detected the dark influence in your scar years ago, but believed it safely contained and better left undisturbed until you were older and better prepared to address it." The admission confirmed what Harry had suspected. Dumbledore had known about the Horcrux, or at least recognized that something dark lurked in the scar, yet had chosen not to intervene. "With respect, Headmaster," Harry said carefully, "the influence was becoming stronger, not weaker, over time. Waiting might have allowed it to establish deeper connections that would have been harder to remove later." Croaker nodded slowly. "Our department's monitoring detected increasing fluctuations in the dark signature over the past year. The boy's assessment is not without merit." "Perhaps," Dumbledore conceded. "Though the risks of such a ritual performed without proper supervision were substantial," Harry interrupted, "but calculated. Neville and I prepared extensively. The ritual was performed at a natural magical nexus with purification properties, during the optimal lunar phase, with precise adherence to the required protocols." Augusta spoke up. "My diagnostic spells confirm the dark influence has been completely removed. Mr. Potter's magical core shows remarkable improvement in stability and cohesion since the ritual. The department's monitoring confirms this assessment, Croker added. The magical signature is significantly cleaner and more structured than before. Whatever was removed appears to have been inhibiting natural development. Dumbledore studied Harry with new intensity. May I ask what became of the extracted essence? Contained and neutralized by the ritual components, Harry replied. The silver bowl used in the final phase absorbed it. We've kept it secured in a warded container since then. I would be most interested in examining this container, Dumbledore said. As would the department, Croker added quickly. Augusta raised an eyebrow. Perhaps a compromise. The container remains at Longbottom Manor under our protection, but both of you may conduct non-invasive examinations to confirm the nature of what was extracted. This arrangement satisfied no one completely but was accepted as a reasonable middle ground. The conversation then turned to implications for Harry's future. Your magical development will likely accelerate now that this influence has been removed, Dumbledore observed. The educational plan may need adjustment to accommodate this change. I've already noticed improvements in both control and power, Harry confirmed. Spells that required significant concentration before now come more naturally. The department would be interested in conducting periodic assessments of your magical development, Croker suggested. Purely for research purposes, of course, and with appropriate supervision. Harry recognized the political maneuvering at play, the Department of Mysteries attempting to establish official involvement in his development, likely to counter Dumbledore's influence. I'm open to reasonable assessment, Harry replied carefully, provided it doesn't interfere with my education and preparation for Hogwarts. Augusta nodded approvingly at his diplomatic response. Mr. Potter's primary focus remains his structured education under the arrangement approved by the Wisengamot Educational Subcommittee. Any additional assessments would need to complement rather than disrupt this program. By the meeting's end, a delicate balance had been struck. Dumbledore maintained his position as Harry's magical guardian of record but acknowledged Augusta's day-to-day authority over his education. The Department of Mysteries gained limited access for quarterly magical assessments but under strict conditions that protected Harry's privacy and autonomy. Most importantly from Harry's perspective, everyone accepted that the dark influence in his scar had been successfully removed through his own initiative, establishing a precedent for his ability to make significant decisions regarding his magical development. As their visitors departed, Augusta fixed both boys with an appraising look. You navigated that discussion with remarkable poise, Mr. Potter. And you, Neville, showed appropriate confidence without overstepping. Thank you, Gran, Neville replied, looking pleased at the rare praise. It occurs to me, Augusta continued, that your actions, while reckless, demonstrated a level of magical competence and judgment that perhaps warrants reconsideration of certain restrictions. Harry and Neville exchanged surprised glances. I've decided to request an exemption from the Educational Subcommittee to allow supervised practical magic using standard wands rather than training wands for the remainder of your pre-Hogwarts education, she announced. Given recent developments, I believe I can make a compelling case. This was an unexpected victory. Training wands were severely limited, designed to prevent any spell more complex than basic first-year magic. Standard wands, while still subject to the trace for underage wizards, had no such inherent limitations, meaning they could progress much faster under Augusta's supervision. That would be brilliant, Harry said sincerely. Augusta's expression turned stern once more. Do not mistake this for approval of your methods, Mr. Potter. The ritual was dangerous beyond your understanding, regardless of its success. In future, you will bring such concerns to me directly before taking matters into your own hands. Is that clear? Yes, Madam Longbottom, Harry agreed, recognizing both the reprimand and the implicit acknowledgement that she would take his concerns seriously moving forward. After Augusta left to begin drafting her petition to the Educational Subcommittee, Neville turned to Harry with an expression of quiet amazement. We just convinced 3 of the most powerful magical authorities in Britain to accept that 2 9-year-olds successfully performed ancient soul magic that they hadn't dared attempt themselves, he said. And instead of being punished, we might get permission for actual wands early. Harry laughed softly. When you put it that way, it does sound rather extraordinary. That evening, alone in his room, Harry finally made his level 10 class specialization choice. Mystic Adept selected, deeper connection to fundamental magical forces unlocked, new feature, magical essence perception, ability to perceive and interact with raw magical energy, improved efficiency with all magic, 15% reduction in power requirements, new skill tree available, primal magic. The choice felt right, aligning with his growing understanding that magic was far more than just spells and techniques. The Horcrux removal had given him a glimpse of deeper magical realities, aspects of the art that most wizards never encountered. With his mind finally fully his own and his magical development accelerating, Harry Potter stood on the threshold of possibilities few could imagine. 2 years remained before Hogwarts, 2 years to prepare, to grow, to master abilities that would set him apart from his peers in ways both obvious and subtle. The soul fragment was gone, but its removal had triggered attention from powerful figures in the wizarding world. The Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore, and undoubtedly others now watched his development with increased interest. The political chessboard had become more complex, with Harry now recognized as an active player rather than merely a valuable piece to be moved by others. Quest created, the Guardian's Test. The Department of Mysteries has assigned a guardian to monitor your development. This individual will test your abilities and ethical boundaries. Objective: navigate this relationship without revealing your full capabilities. Reward: departmental resources, political alliance, 200 XP. Warning: Guardian may have conflicting loyalties. The notification confirmed what Harry had suspected from Croker's careful phrasing during the meeting. The unspeakable had referred to periodic assessments, but the political reality was clear. Harry would be assigned a department monitor, someone to evaluate his abilities and potential. A guardian. A tester. Perhaps even an adversary of sorts. Harry smiled slightly. Let them come. With the Horcrux gone, his mind clear, and his magical development accelerating, he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The system continued to evolve alongside him, opening new possibilities with each level gained. He was no longer just the boy who lived, defined by that night in Godric's Hollow. He was becoming something more, a wizard charting his own course toward a future limited only by his imagination and determination. The first indication that the Department of Mysteries had assigned their guardian came 3 weeks later in the form of a formal letter delivered by a ministry owl. Mr. Potter, the Department of Mysteries requests your participation in a specialized educational assessment program designed for exceptional magical youth. With the approval of your guardians, a department specialist will conduct monthly evaluation sessions to measure and support your magical development. Your first session is scheduled for August 17 at Longbottom Manor, pending approval from Madame Longbottom. The assessment will be conducted by Unspeakable Pandora Lovegood, our specialist in unconventional magical manifestation. Please confirm your availability at your earliest convenience. Respectfully, Algernon Croker, Department of Mysteries, Pandora Lovegood, Augusta murmured when Harry showed her the letter. Interesting choice. Brilliant witch, though somewhat unorthodox in her methods. She specializes in experimental charms and theoretical magic. Married to Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of that peculiar magazine, The Quibbler. Do you know her personally? Harry asked. We've met at various functions, Augusta replied. She's from an old family, though not prominently involved in politics. Her work with the department is not widely known, they prefer to maintain the anonymity of their researchers. Should I accept the assessment? Augusta considered this carefully. Yes, I believe so. Better to engage constructively than appear resistant. Moreover, Pandora Lovegood has a reputation for genuine academic interest rather than political motivation. If the department must send someone to evaluate you, she's preferable to many alternatives. Political alert, new contact, Pandora Lovegood, Department of Mysteries researcher, specialty, unconventional magic, political alignment, independent/academic, potential asset or complication. On the appointed day, Harry and Neville waited in the Manor's study, Augusta having insisted that Neville be present for all assessments to maintain transparency, though Harry suspected she simply wanted her grandson to benefit from any advanced magical instruction that might occur during these sessions. Precisely at 10 o'clock, the flue activated, and a witch stepped gracefully from the green flames. Pandora Lovegood was younger than Harry had expected, perhaps in her early 30s, with waist-length silvery blonde hair and a dreamy yet penetrating gaze. She wore simple blue robes adorned with what appeared to be tiny silver bells along the hem that made no sound when she moved. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom," she greeted, her voice melodious and calm. "Thank you for agreeing to this assessment. I've looked forward to meeting you both." Augusta performed the formal introductions before excusing herself to allow the academic work to proceed without interference, though she made it clear she would be nearby if needed. Once alone with the boys, Pandora's formal demeanor relaxed slightly. "Let's dispense with unnecessary formality, shall we? You may call me Pandora when we're working together." She settled into an armchair, studying Harry with undisguised curiosity. "The department has monitored your magical development for some time, Harry. You present a most fascinating pattern." "What kind of pattern?" Harry asked, maintaining polite interest while activating his occlumency shields as a precaution. "Structured evolution," she replied. "Most magical children develop erratically, bursts of accidental magic followed by plateaus, heavily influenced by emotional states. Your magic shows progressive, systematic development more typical of disciplined adult practitioners. Magical assessment in progress, subject demonstrates unusual perceptiveness, recommendation, limited demonstration of abilities. I've always tried to understand how magic works, not just what it does," Harry explained, which was truthful if incomplete. "An admirable approach," Pandora nodded approvingly. "Today's assessment will establish baselines for your current abilities. Nothing strenuous or invasive, merely exercises to measure control, power, and affinity." The assessment began with simple demonstrations using Harry's training wand, basic spells like Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, and color-changing charms. Throughout each demonstration, Pandora observed not just the results but the process itself, occasionally consulting a small silver instrument that measured magical output in ways Harry's system couldn't quite identify. "Excellent control," she commented after Harry successfully levitated a quill with precisely modulated height adjustments. "Now, something more interesting. Have you ever attempted wandless magic?" The question was casual but significant. Wandless magic was rarely taught to children, considered too advanced and potentially dangerous without proper foundation. Occasionally, Harry admitted, deciding limited honesty was better than obvious deception. "Small things, like summoning an object when I couldn't reach it. Nothing consistent." Pandora smiled. "Would you demonstrate? Perhaps try to light this candle without your training wand." Harry carefully calibrated his response. He could easily light the candle wandlessly, his light creation skill was now at level 5, but showing his full capability would raise too many questions. Instead, he focused intently on the candle, allowing his expression to show concentration while deliberately limiting his magical output. After several seconds of apparent effort, the candle wick sparked and produced a small, slightly uneven flame. "Impressive," Pandora said softly. "Many adult wizards never master even this level of wandless control." The assessment continued with increasingly complex tests, each designed to measure different aspects of Harry's magical abilities. Throughout, Harry maintained his strategy of demonstrated competence without revealing his true capabilities, showing enough to satisfy Pandora's curiosity while keeping his system-enhanced abilities concealed. Neville participated in several exercises as well, Pandora noting with interest the complementary nature of their magical signatures when they worked cooperatively on a simple word creation exercise. "You two have developed an unusual magical synchronicity," she observed. "Likely a result of training together for extended periods, though there seems to be an additional resonance I can't quite place. Warning, observer detecting ritual-created bond, blood-brother connection visible to sensitive magical detection, recommendation, acknowledge connection without explaining ritual source. We've been practicing together for years now, Harry said. And we went through an intense magical experience together recently. The purification ritual, Pandora nodded. Yes, such experiences can create lasting magical connections. A fascinating side effect worth monitoring in future sessions. By the assessment's end, Pandora had compiled extensive notes in a small journal bound in what appeared to be color-shifting leather. Thank you both for your cooperation today, she said, rising to leave. This provides an excellent foundation for our ongoing work. What exactly will these assessments involve moving forward? Harry asked. Each session will build on the previous one, Pandora explained. We'll explore different magical disciplines to identify your particular strengths and affinities. I'm especially interested in your unusual mental organization, Harry. Your occlumency structure suggests an innovative approach to mind magic that warrants further exploration. Before departing, Pandora presented each boy with a small crystal pendant on a silver chain. These are passive magical monitors. They record significant magical outputs and anomalies without interfering with your normal activities. Wearing them is entirely optional but would provide valuable research data between our sessions. Magical artifact analysis. Monitoring pendant contains advanced detection charms, functions, magical output measurement, anomaly detection, localized recording, no remote monitoring or tracking capabilities detected. Note, can be safely worn with minor magical suppression activated. Harry accepted the pendant, recognizing it as both a research tool and a test of his willingness to cooperate. Thank you. I'll wear it during practice sessions. After Pandora departed, Neville turned to Harry with raised eyebrows. She seems nice, but that was definitely an interrogation disguised as friendly assessment. Harry nodded, examining the crystal pendant. The department wants to understand how my magic works. They've noticed something unusual about my development pattern. Are you going to wear that thing? Neville asked skeptically. Sometimes, Harry replied. When I'm practicing magic I don't mind them knowing about. The rest of the time, it can stay in a drawer. Augusta rejoined them, looking thoughtful. Your assessment concluded satisfactorily, I take it. Pandora seems genuinely interested in how my magic works, not just what I can do with it, Harry observed. I think she's more researcher than guardian. Don't be deceived by her gentle manner, Augusta cautioned. Pandora Lovegood may approach her work with academic enthusiasm, but she remains an unspeakable. The department's interest in you is not merely scholarly. Harry understood the warning. Pleasant as she seemed, Pandora represented the department's official monitoring of his development, the guardian his system had identified, tasked with evaluating both his abilities and his potential as a magical asset. Over the following months, Pandora's monthly assessments became a regular feature of Harry's educational routine. Each session explored different aspects of magic, from traditional disciplines like transfiguration and charms to more esoteric subjects like magical resonance and elemental affinity testing. Harry maintained his careful balance of demonstrated competence without revealing his system or full capabilities. Pandora, for her part, proved to be an exceptional teacher regardless of her monitoring role, offering insights into magical theory that even Augusta's extensive library couldn't provide. Magic has fundamental patterns, she explained during one session focused on spell creation theory. Arithmetic structures that underlie all spell work. Most wizards learn specific spells as isolated techniques, but the truly innovative practitioners recognize that these are merely expressions of deeper magical principles. This perspective aligned perfectly with Harry's system-based understanding. Where other wizards saw individual spells as discrete entities, Harry perceived the underlying structure, the magical algorithms that could be modified and optimized. By their fourth session, Pandora had progressed from assessment to actual instruction, teaching advanced magical concepts normally reserved for Newt-level students or even apprentice researchers. You have a gift for pattern recognition, she told Harry after he quickly grasped a complex theory about spell interaction matrices. You see connections that many adult wizards miss entirely. During their sixth monthly session, nearly half a year after their initial meeting, Pandora broached a subject that revealed the true depth of the department's interest. "Harry, I'd like to discuss something rather significant today," she began, unusually serious. "The department has authorized me to offer you specialized training in certain magical disciplines that align with your particular talents." "What kind of training?" Harry asked cautiously. "Primarily in the mind arts and magical sensing, areas where you've shown exceptional aptitude." Pandora leaned forward slightly. "This would go beyond your current educational program, involving techniques rarely taught outside specialized apprenticeships." "Why would the department offer this?" Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. "Because talent like yours emerges perhaps once in a generation," Pandora replied frankly. "And because the magical anomalies you've experienced, particularly that remarkable self-directed purification ritual, suggest you may face unique magical challenges in your future." The offer represented a significant escalation in the department's involvement, moving from passive monitoring to active development of his abilities. Quest updated, the Guardian's test, department offering specialized training, options, accept training with full participation except conditionally with limited engagement decline offer, note, choice will significantly impact department relationship. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said carefully. "But I'd need to understand exactly what this training involves and how it would affect my existing educational arrangements." Pandora smiled slightly. A prudent response. The training would consist of monthly intensive sessions at the department, focusing on specialized magical disciplines suited to your particular talents. It would supplement rather than replace your education with Madame Longbottom. "And the department's interest?" Harry pressed. "What would they expect in return?" "Primarily, research access," Pandora answered with surprising candor. "Your magical development presents unique patterns that could advance our understanding of core magic formation. The department also believes that proper training now may prepare you for potential future challenges." "Voldemort," Harry said bluntly. Pandora didn't flinch at the name, another indicator of her unconventional nature among wizards. "Among other possibilities, yes. The department takes a longer view of magical threats than most ministry divisions." After consulting with Augusta, who expressed cautious approval with specific conditions regarding supervision and transparency, Harry accepted the offer conditionally. The specialized training would begin the following month, with both Augusta and Neville permitted to accompany him to the department for these sessions. That night, as Harry reviewed the day's developments, a new notification appeared: "Guardian's test, Phase 1 complete, Pandora Lovegood has evaluated your basic capabilities, Department of Mysteries moving to direct investment in development. Warning, increased scrutiny will accompany increased training, reward, access to restricted magical knowledge, 100 XP, new quest, the Department's Gambit, navigate specialized training while maintaining your secrets, reward, advanced magical techniques, potential political alliance, 300 XP." Harry's first visit to the Department of Mysteries occurred on a crisp October morning. Augusta, Harry, and Neville were escorted from the Ministry atrium through a series of increasingly secure areas, eventually arriving at a plain black door that seemed to absorb the light around it. "The department proper lies beyond," their guide explained. "Unspeakable love good awaits you in the training annex." The space beyond the door defied normal architecture. Corridors seemed to shift subtly as they walked, and doorways appeared and disappeared with liquid fluidity. Eventually, they reached a circular room with a dozen identical doors. "Disorienting, isn't it?" Pandora's voice came from behind them, though they hadn't heard her approach. "The department's architecture responds to intent and clearance level. It helps protect our more sensitive research areas." She led them through one of the identical doors into a large, open space that reminded Harry somewhat of the Longbottom practice room, though far more extensively equipped. Various magical instruments lined the walls, and the floor featured inlaid patterns of silver, gold, and what appeared to be crystal. "Our training annex," Pandora explained. "Specially warded to contain magical experiments and provide accurate measurements of magical output." Augusta examined the room with obvious apprehension. These facilities exceed standard educational parameters, unspeakable love good. Indeed they do, Pandora agreed easily. Which is precisely why they're appropriate for Harry's unusual development pattern. The first training session focused on magical sensing, teaching Harry to perceive magical energies without relying on specific detection spells. This aligned perfectly with his newly unlocked Mystic Adept specialization, which had already enhanced his natural ability to perceive magical essences. Close your eyes, Pandora instructed, placing several objects on a table before him. Now, without looking or casting any spells, try to sense which objects contain active magic. Harry complied, finding the exercise surprisingly easy with his enhanced perception. He correctly identified not only which objects were magical but was able to distinguish between different types of enchantments. Remarkable sensitivity, Pandora noted, her quill dancing across her ever-present journal. Most wizards require years of training to develop this level of perception. The session progressed through increasingly complex exercises, each designed to push the boundaries of Harry's abilities without revealing their true extent. Throughout, Augusta observed with careful attention, occasionally asking pointed questions about specific techniques or their potential applications. By the session's end, even Augusta seemed impressed by the quality of instruction, if still wary of the department's underlying motives. "You've demonstrated exceptional aptitude today, Harry," Pandora said as they prepared to leave. "I believe we've established a solid foundation for more advanced work next month." As they departed through the bewildering corridors, Harry noticed something his first visit had missed: subtle pulses of magic emanating from certain doorways, signatures of powerful enchantments and experiments beyond. His magical essence perception, enhanced by the day's training, detected patterns that hinted at research into fundamental forces far beyond standard wizarding knowledge. The Department of Mysteries was clearly worthy of its name, and its interest in him suggested they recognized something in his development that aligned with their esoteric pursuits. Magical knowledge expanded, department training session complete, new skill, magical aura reading, level 1, ability to visually perceive magical signatures and determine basic properties. Over the following months, Harry's magical education proceeded along 3 parallel tracks: standard pre-Hogwarts curriculum with Augusta and Neville at Longbottom Manor, specialized department training under Pandora's guidance, and his own system-based development that continued to accelerate beyond either official program. By his 10th birthday, Harry had reached level 13, with attributes far exceeding normal developmental patterns for magical children his age. Name: Harry James Potter. Age: 10. Class: Arcane Prodigy, Mystic Adept. Level: 13. Experience: 845/1300. Magic Power: 80/80. Regeneration: 7 per hour. Health: 85/85. Strength: 8. Dexterity: 9. Intelligence: 17. Wisdom: 17. Charisma: 8. Available attribute points: 0. His magical repertoire now included wandless mastery of most first-year Hogwarts spells, significant progress in mind arts, and the beginnings of elemental manipulation, a rare talent Pandora had helped him develop through specialized exercises designed to access raw magical affinities. The relationship with the department, through Pandora, had evolved into something more nuanced than simple monitoring. She genuinely sought to nurture his abilities, while clearly reporting his progress to her superiors. For his part, Harry maintained the delicate balance of demonstrated exceptional talent without revealing the systematic nature of his development or the full extent of his capabilities. This careful dance continued until an unexpected development forced a confrontation that would test both Harry's abilities and the true nature of the department's interest in him. The catalyst came during what should have been a routine training session at the department. Harry, now adept at navigating the strange architecture of the department's halls, arrived with Augusta and Neville for his monthly instruction. Pandora greeted them with her usual serene smile, but Harry immediately sensed something different in her magical signature, a tension that hadn't been present before. "Today we'll be working with something rather special," she announced, leading them not to the usual training annex but deeper into the department, to a door Harry had never seen opened before. "The department has authorized access to one of our research artifacts for today's session." Augusta's expression sharpened with concern. This exceeds our arrangement, unspeakable love good. Experimental artifacts were not part of the agreed curriculum. I assure you, Madam Longbottom, this artifact has been thoroughly studied and presents no danger under proper supervision, Pandora replied smoothly. It simply offers a unique opportunity to test Harry's magical perception in ways standard training cannot. Warning, significant deviation from established pattern, political alert, testing parameters being escalated, potential guardians test critical phase, recommendation, heightened caution, prepare defensive options. The room beyond the door was smaller than the training annex, its walls covered in softly glowing runes. In the center stood a pedestal upon which rested a crystalline orb about the size of a quaffle, swirling with what appeared to be silvery mist. This is the resonance sphere, Pandora explained. A rare magical artifact recovered from an ancient temple in Greece. It responds to a wizard's magical signature by producing a visible manifestation of their core magical affinity and potential. Harry studied the artifact carefully. His magical essence perception detected complex enchantments layered throughout the crystal structure, ancient magic with purpose and intelligence behind its creation. What exactly will it show? Harry asked cautiously. That depends entirely on your magic, Pandora replied. For most wizards, it reveals a symbolic representation of their strongest magical affinity, fire for those with destruction affinities, water for healers, and so forth. For particularly powerful wizards, it sometimes shows more elaborate manifestations. Augusta's expression remained deeply skeptical. And the purpose of this demonstration? Twofold, Pandora answered. First, to help Harry better understand his own magical nature, which will assist in focusing his training. Second, to observe whether his unusual magical development has created any unique affinity patterns. Guardian's test, critical challenge detected, artifact will reveal systematic nature of magical development, options, refuse the test, safest but create suspicion, limit magical output during test, may appear deceptive, allow genuine reading but prepare explanation. After careful consideration, Harry chose the third option. The department clearly suspected something unusual about his magic already, refusing the test would only heighten that suspicion. I'm willing to try, he said, stepping forward. Pandora nodded, apparently pleased. Excellent. The process is simple, place both hands on the sphere and allow your magic to flow naturally into it. Don't force or resist, simply let the sphere read your magical essence. As Harry approached the pedestal, he became aware of a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. The door they had entered through quietly closed, and the runes on the walls brightened slightly. Augusta noticed as well, her hand moving toward her wand. Standard security precautions, Pandora explained, noting their reaction. The sphere sometimes triggers unpredictable magical resonances. Containment wards activated, rooms secured against magical discharge and escape, warning, potential trap scenario, recommendation, proceed with caution, maintain exit strategy. Harry placed his hands on the crystal sphere as instructed. Immediately, he felt a gentle probing sensation as the artifact connected with his magical core. Unlike Gringotts' inheritance test, which had merely verified his identity and bloodline, this artifact seemed to delve deeper, examining the very structure of his magic. The silvery mist within the sphere began to shift and swirl more rapidly, colors emerging, emerald green and gold predominant, but with threads of blue, crimson, and pure white light interweaving in complex patterns. The mist coalesced into shapes, first a lightning bolt similar to his scar, then a more complex network of interconnected nodes that Harry recognized with a jolt of alarm as a visual representation of his system's internal structure. Fascinating, Pandora whispered, moving closer to observe the manifestation. I've never seen the sphere produce such an organized pattern. It's almost like. She trailed off, her eyes widening as the implications became clear. A systematized magical core. Self-organizing and self-optimizing. She looked at Harry with new understanding. You've somehow developed an internal magical framework that functions like a living arithmetic equation. How is that possible? Before Harry could formulate a response, the sphere's manifestation shifted again, this time forming a distinctly human silhouette surrounded by concentric rings of pulsing energy, each labeled with symbols that Harry recognized as representing his various skills and abilities. Augusta gasped softly. Merlin's beard. It's a complete magical development structure. Pandora's expression had moved beyond academic interest to something approaching awe. Harry, this manifestation suggests your magic has developed a self-reinforcing, progressive structure unlike anything I've ever encountered. It's as though you've internalized the principles of magical mastery into an automatic system. Systematic nature exposed, observer has identified core principle of system function, damage control required, recommendation, limited truth approach. Harry carefully removed his hands from the sphere, the manifestation dissipating slowly rather than vanishing instantly, another indication of the unusual strength of his magical signature. I've always experienced magic differently than how it's described in books, he said carefully. When I cast a spell or learn a new technique, I can feel it becoming part of a larger pattern. Each new skill connects to existing ones, strengthening everything. This was true, if incomplete, describing the effect without revealing the explicit system interface. Self-organizing magical cognition, Pandora murmured, scribbling rapidly in her journal. Magical intelligence creating optimal development pathways instinctively. She looked up at Harry with intense curiosity. When did you first notice this pattern-based perception? After the Horcrux removal, Harry replied, deciding that connecting it to that event would provide a plausible explanation. Before that, my magic felt fragmented, inconsistent. The purification ritual seemed to allow my natural magical structure to emerge properly. This explanation seemed to satisfy Pandora's immediate curiosity, though her expression suggested dozens of follow-up questions forming in her mind. Augusta, however, had been observing more than just the sphere's revelations. Her attention had shifted to the room itself, noting subtle changes in the runic patterns on the walls. Unspeakable love good, she said sharply, these containment wards have intensified well beyond standard safety protocols. Would you care to explain? Pandora hesitated, an internal conflict visibly playing out across her features before she reached a decision. You're correct, Madame Longbottom. This session has transitioned from training to formal assessment. She turned to Harry. The department needed to confirm certain theories regarding your magical development. The resonance sphere has provided that confirmation. Confirmation of what, exactly? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. That your magical development is following a unique evolutionary pattern consistent with theoretical models of optimal magical growth, Pandora explained. What most wizards achieve through decades of study and practice, your magic is accomplishing automatically through some inherent organizational principle. Augusta's expression hardened. This constitutes a breach of our agreement, unspeakable. Mr. Potter agreed to supplementary education, not to become a research subject. The distinction has become academically irrelevant, a new voice stated as the door reopened. Algernon Croker entered, accompanied by two other unspeakables whose faces remained partially concealed by their hoods. Mr. Potter's development has exceeded educational parameters and entered territory of significant departmental interest. Critical political situation, department escalating involvement, multiple high-level unspeakables present, objective, maintain autonomy while avoiding direct confrontation, Croker, Augusta acknowledged coldly. I might have known you'd appear once your trap was sprung. Not a trap, Augusta, Croker replied calmly. A necessary verification of an extraordinary phenomenon. Mr. Potter's magical development represents a potentially revolutionary paradigm in our understanding of core magic formation. He turned to Harry directly. You've developed a self-optimizing magical framework, something theoretical arithmencers have speculated about for centuries but never successfully implemented. The question is, did you create this framework consciously, or did it emerge spontaneously? Harry recognized the critical nature of this moment. His answer would determine the department's approach moving forward, whether they viewed him as a subject of study or a potential collaborator. Neither entirely, he replied carefully. I've always experienced magic as patterns and connections. After the soul fragment was removed from my scar, those patterns became clearer and more organized. I've since worked to understand and develop this framework deliberately, but its initial emergence seemed natural to my magical core. This explanation contained enough truth to withstand magical verification while attributing the system's origin to natural talent rather than an external source. Croker studied him intently. Remarkable. A natural systematic framework further refined through conscious development. He gestured to the sphere, which still retained traces of Harry's magical pattern. The implications are significant. The implications, Augusta interrupted firmly, are irrelevant to our current situation. Mr. Potter remains a minor under my guardianship protection. Whatever your departmental interest, it does not supersede his right to proper educational development without undue interference. One of the hooded unspeakables spoke, her voice surprisingly young. The department has authority to monitor and evaluate exceptional magical phenomena, regardless of the subject's age. And I have a responsibility to protect my ward, Augusta countered, drawing herself up to her full height. A responsibility I take most seriously, as the Wisengamot would agree. The political standoff was clear, Augusta invoking her position as a respected elder of the Wisengamot against the department's considerable but not unlimited authority. Surprisingly, it was Neville who broke the tension. Having remained silent throughout the confrontation, he suddenly stepped forward to stand beside Harry. "Excuse me," he said, his voice steady despite the intimidating audience, "but has anyone asked Harry what he wants?" All eyes turned to Harry, who felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's intervention. The simple question had shifted the dynamic from a power struggle between adults to recognition of Harry's agency in the situation. "I appreciate the department's interest in my magical development," Harry said carefully. "The training with unspeakable love good has been valuable. However," he continued, meeting Croker's gaze directly, "I'm not comfortable with being studied as a research subject without my informed consent." He paused, considering his next words carefully. "I propose a compromise. I continue training with unspeakable love good, with the understanding that I'll share insights about my magical development voluntarily. In exchange, the department provides access to resources that might help me better understand and control this systematic framework." Croker's expression remained neutral, but Harry detected a flicker of something like respect in his eyes. "A reasonable proposal, Mr. Potter. Though the department typically dictates terms rather than negotiating them. Exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional approaches," Harry replied, echoing Dumbledore's words from years earlier. "My magical development is unique, you've confirmed that today. Working together cooperatively seems more productive than adversarial alternatives." After a moment's consideration, Croker nodded slightly. "Acceptable, with certain conditions. The department requires quarterly comprehensive evaluations in addition to your ongoing training. Additionally, any significant developments or discoveries regarding your magical framework must be reported promptly." "Agreed, provided Madame Longbottom or another guardian of my choosing is present for all evaluations," Harry countered, "and with the understanding that my education and preparation for Hogwarts remains the priority." Augusta watched this exchange with barely concealed astonishment, a 10-year-old boy negotiating terms with the head of the Department of Mysteries as though they were equals. Neville simply smiled slightly, having witnessed Harry's diplomatic capabilities develop alongside his magical ones over their years together. "We have an accord," Croker finally stated, extending his hand to Harry. As they shook hands, sealing the agreement, Harry's system updated, quest completed, the Guardian's test, successfully negotiated terms with Department of Mysteries, relationship established, conditional alliance, reward, access to department resources, 200 XP, level up. Level 13 Level 14, all attributes +1, new attribute points available, 2, magic power increased, 80-90, health increased, 85-95, new quest, the threshold approaches, continue magical development toward unprecedented potential, current objective, reach level 15 before Hogwarts, reward, special class evolution, access to divine tier abilities, warning. Increasing power may attract attention from forces beyond the Ministry. The confrontation with the Department of Mysteries marked a significant turning point in Harry's development. No longer merely a gifted child under specialized education, he had established himself as a recognized magical anomaly, someone the most secretive and powerful research division of the wizarding government considered worth negotiating with rather than simply controlling. As they left the department that day, Augusta maintained a dignified silence until they reached the privacy of Longbottom Manor. Once safely behind the estate's wards, she turned to Harry with an evaluating gaze. "You negotiated with Algernon Croker as though you were a seasoned Wisengamot member rather than a child," she observed. "That level of political acumen is unusual for your age." "I've been paying attention during your lessons," Harry replied with a small smile. "And I've had excellent examples to learn from." Augusta's stern expression softened slightly. "Indeed. Well, it appears your education has been effective in more areas than just magical theory." She straightened, resuming her typical authoritative posture. "Nevertheless, today's events raise concerns about the department's long-term intentions. We must proceed with caution." "They won't be satisfied with what they saw today," Harry acknowledged. "The resonance sphere showed them enough to confirm I'm developing differently, but not why or how." "Precisely. The Department of Mysteries does not abandon research interests easily." Augusta's expression became thoughtful. "We may need additional political safeguards. I shall speak with Amelia Bones about establishing formal protective protocols for your ongoing education." As Augusta departed to compose correspondence, Neville turned to Harry with a bemused expression. "You know, when we first met 4 years ago, I never imagined we'd be negotiating with unspeakables and performing ancient purification rituals." Harry laughed softly. "Life has certainly taken unexpected turns. Do you ever wonder?" Neville hesitated, then continued more quietly, "What you might become, with this system of yours? I mean, the way you're developing, by the time we graduate Hogwarts, you might be more powerful than Dumbledore." The question sobered Harry immediately. It was something he'd considered increasingly as his power grew. The trajectory his system set him on led to capabilities far beyond normal wizarding parameters. "I think about it often," he admitted. "The system doesn't seem to have an upper limit. Each level brings new abilities, enhanced understanding. If the progression continues..." He trailed off, the implications too vast to articulate fully. "You'd be the most powerful wizard in history," Neville completed the thought. "Maybe something beyond wizard entirely." "That's what concerns me sometimes," Harry confessed. The quest notification after today's confrontation mentioned divine tier abilities as a potential reward. What does that even mean? And what responsibility comes with that kind of power? Neville considered this thoughtfully. "My gran always says that power reveals character rather than creating it. Whatever you become, Harry, you'll still be you, just with more options and bigger consequences for your choices." The simple wisdom in Neville's statement resonated deeply with Harry. Throughout his accelerated development, he had remained grounded by his friendship with Neville and the values Augusta had instilled in both of them: duty, integrity, and responsibility to use power wisely rather than selfishly. As his Hogwarts letter approached, Harry stood at a crossroads, continuing his systematic development toward potentially godlike abilities while preparing to enter a school environment where such power would need to be carefully concealed. The political landscape had grown increasingly complex, with Dumbledore, the Department of Mysteries, and undoubtedly other factions watching his progress with varying intentions. Yet despite these challenges, Harry faced the future with confidence rather than apprehension. The removal of Voldemort's soul fragment had freed him from that dark influence, his mind arts provided protection against unwanted intrusion, and his growing political awareness helped him navigate the complex adult world increasingly interested in his development. Most importantly, he had true allies in Neville and Augusta Longbottom, people who knew his secrets and supported his growth not for what he might become, but for who he already was. The journey toward godhood had begun with a simple manifestation of telekinesis in the Dursleys' garage 4 years earlier. Where it would lead remained to be seen, but Harry Potter was no longer merely the boy who lived, he was becoming something unprecedented in the wizarding world, a systematic evolution of magical potential that even the Department of Mysteries could only partially comprehend. And as his 11th birthday approached, bringing with it the official entrance into the wizarding world, Harry prepared to face whatever challenges awaited with the quiet confidence of someone who understood his own power and the responsibility it entailed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.